I don't remember what it was, but half of the folks would be lined up holding each other's
Rover,
wrists.
Red Rover. Yep.
Let so-and-so
Yep,
come
yep,
over.
yep,
Yeah.
yep.
We did that one, and then we did the one from Bill Cosby and his Fat Albert. When you lean up against a wall and somebody be grabbing your hips, and there'd be 3 or 4 of you, like, and then folks would run and jump and land up. And of course, in Bill Cosby's skit, Fat Albert was about 400 pounds. You didn't want him landing on you.
Yeah.
I don't remember what they called that, but we played that one. And it was like, oh.
And I will share, I was sharing this with Oliver. I am so glad that I was born in 1948. Margie Flay Hyde and Mary Jenkins were the only 2 girls who in the 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade
First up, I'll invite Representative Nodder to introduce the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm the sponsor of House Bill 224, and I sponsored this bill to help lower energy costs. New Hampshire has some of the highest energy costs in the country. By rebating most of the renewable energy fund back to ratepayers, we can save between $2.5 and $7.3 million a year. We saw the impact of some of these high energy costs recently, where the New Hampshire Electric Co-op announced another hike rate, meaning they have increased their rates by more than 6% since December. We need relief from energy costs now. Rebating funds back to the ratepayers is not a new concept. We've been rebating funds from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, RGGI, for 13 years, and that has saved the ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars over that time frame. If that legislation didn't go through, then we would be paying even higher costs than we already are. Those opposed to this bill want subsidies to continue. Subsidy programs help some, but it's at the expense of others, which is unfortunate. As amended, we amended the bill. House Bill 224 will exempt administration costs and funding for the Office of Energy Innovation, rebate REF money back to the ratepayers, and lower energy costs. I could also add that the money is just sitting there. It's just piling up. We might as well give it back.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking this question. Do you think this sets a dangerous precedent by taking a dedicated fund and maybe all dedicated funds and would undermine the confidence that the communities have in working on energy solutions?
No.
Thank you.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. The administration in Washington has been imposing tariffs on other countries, including Canada, and in return, Canada has been imposing tariffs on the United States. Now, given that New Hampshire does not have any reserves of natural gas, any of the petroleum type products, and that we get 80% of our gas and diesel and 25% of our natural gas from Canada, when the rates wind up going up because of that, and we don't have any renewable resources ready to take the place, what happens then?
I guess we'll wait and see. But we should be we should have our own supply of energy. We shouldn't be reliant on other countries.
Follow up?
Follow up?
What natural resources do we have here so that we are not reliant on other countries in New Hampshire?
I don't see the relevance of that to this.
Thank you.
Going off on a tangent.
Representative Ford.
No.
No, you don't have a question anymore? Your light is on.
Was it on? Yeah.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. That fund was originally set up to incentivize and had been used, as I understand it, to increase the amount of alternative energy, renewable energy that was being used in New Hampshire. If it has not been used for anything recently, that would be because the PUC has decided it's not, the Department of Energy has decided it doesn't want to do it, not because it's not needed. That is what the relationship to the questions that were being asked is. Do you have any ideas on how much money would actually be saved? Because the fiscal note says that it is less, they're sure that it is less than $100,000 for counties and local expenditures. And dividing that up around the population means that we're talking about a couple of pennies if we're lucky.
Well, I believe it's more than a couple of pennies, but with all the different subsidies and all the taxes, all the fees, people are struggling. And if all we can do is chip away where we can to get money back into the wallets of Granite Staters, then that's what we have to do. And as I said, this is not a new concept. We did this with Reggie. We refunded the money. We've been doing that for 13 years. So this is just another way to help lower the energy costs for individuals, for taxpayers.
Follow up?
And do you believe that what has happened because of Reggie, what we've been doing with Reggie, which seems to have resulted in higher energy costs, is actually effective in reducing our energy costs?
Let me just interrupt for a minute. We are a second committee
Yes.
hearing this. The
This
first
is
committee
about
determined
finances.
that's fine. Well, it sounded like a policy question. The first committee has determined the policy. The legislature has voted on it. Our charge now is to figure out how is the money part affected, not
Yes.
we're not
and
asking policy questions.
I'm pointing out that the fiscal note says that we are getting back less than $100,000 by destroying the renewable energy resources of this state. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Ullery.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I know that you've got have some experience viewing the national energy scene from some of the conferences that we've attended together. So the question that I have regarding the benefit to the New Hampshire taxpayer, if this passes, by reducing this fund, which is, you say, has not been tapped for several years, hasn't been used for, and it's just sitting there.
Well, they do have programs, but then there's more money that just piles up. So they do have programs that they're using it for, but there's subsidies, which is against. I don't believe I don't believe subsidies is the way we should go. And when I do want to add, when we were arguing Reggie, we heard the same thing. We had people lining up and saying, it's only the price of a cup of coffee. I'm like, yes, but there's so many taxes that are only the price of a cup of coffee, and they keep raising them and raising them. And then pretty soon we've got gallons and gallons of gallons, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's cheaper to go for the 99-cent cup of coffee than to go to Starbucks and pay $5. So essentially what you're saying is that if this is approved by the House, the taxpayer will generally see a smalling decrease in the cost of energy because he's not paying an extra fee. And that extra fee will be more difficult to raise and increase as inflation and whatever comes across. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I had one question. You had mentioned the impact to ratepayers. What was that amount you said? Was it 2.5
to $7.3 million a year.
And what's that variability? So, 2.5 to 7.3.
Can I get back to you on that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. So the impact to the state's 100 to 200,000, but the impact to ratepayers would be in that 2.5 to 7.3 million range. Okay. Representative Almy.
Yes. Is there a way we could request a revised fiscal note to see whether they would increase their estimate of what this brings in?
Based on what?
Based on the fiscal note in the bill.
May I
Yeah.
ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Representative Ullery.
Representative Alwing, when you say brings in, are you talking about rebates to the customer or the taxpayer, or money that the state is taking from the taxpayer?
I am talking about the money that will be distributed to the taxpayers, whether it is going to be a noticeable amount of money or not.
Thank you, Representative Alwing.
Yes. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Notter, for taking my question. Are you aware of how many people are employed in renewable energy projects in New Hampshire?
No.
Would you be follow up? Would you be surprised to find out that that's 3,500 people, most of them master electricians?
That also is, we're getting into policy there.
Well, sir, if I may, I think if I'm allowed to follow up, if we stop these projects, that's going to have an impact on business profits tax. It's going to have an impact on municipalities. It's going to have a financial impact, a direct financial impact, I believe.
Listen, what it boils down to is we're taking money from people to fund projects. I need a new roof. Can I take a collection and get money from everybody to subsidize my new roof?
All right. Thank you, Representative. Next, I've got Representative McGee. Yeah.
I sit behind the sign, you won't see me. Good morning, Chairman Janigian. Is it Janigian?
Close. Janigian. It's a hard G. Janigian.
Janigian, okay, and the members of House Ways and Means. It's good to be with you this morning. I am Representative Kat McGee. I'm the ranking member on the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, where I've been for, this is my 7th year. So I'm here to explain some aspects of the bill that have already come up in questions, and also go into the money piece, which I think is what concerns this committee. So I'd like you to consider ITL on HB 224, a bill that seeks to eliminate a very successful and oversubscribed renewable energy fund program in order to return that funding to 540,000 electric utility customer bills. First, I'd like to draw your attention to some issues with the bill as amended. The Renewable Energy Fund, or REF, is a dedicated and special fund that was designed to be non-lapsing so that the recipients would have consistent ability to apply for monies for local, sustainable, clean energy projects. The benefits of these projects are that they benefit energy resilience for the state. They help clean up emissions, they enable more investment, and they foster energy independence, all while circulating those dollars in the New Hampshire economy. So all of those issues have come up in small ways in the discussion already. We should not be scattering the funds to the four winds when there's no measurable benefit to be derived from that. And I will give you all the math because I took the time to do it all. Second, the bolded language starting on line 16 defines all monies in excess of administration costs, funding for the Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development and Energy Innovation, and incentive payments shall be rebated to all retail electric ratepayers in the state on a per kilowatt hour basis. The language left members of our committee questioning what incentive payments includes. It is not defined by the bill. And how much is that intended to cover of the monies that are being collected on an annual basis? Is it a potential slush fund? We don't know. We have no answers as to what that covers. It was never made clear. No answers were available. Also, the cost of the Office of Offshore Wind can be estimated, so why doesn't that appear in the fiscal note? All I saw was up to between 100 and 200,000 of expected expense savings. Third, I have quite a bit to say about to the financially savvy committee in front of me about the state of the fiscal note. Many of our fiscal notes on science, technology, and energy this year have left much to be desired. This bill is no exception. HB 224's fiscal note is entirely one-sided. It struggles to enlarge the potential of the rebate benefit, but makes no attempt to capture the loss of renewable energy investments in terms of credits to individuals, the state, county, and local governments. And there is another side to that ledger. There is benefit being derived by these investments. The November 1st, 2024 REF report, and I sent one page of it around to you because it shows how the program has been working and monies that have been spent. Shows that eliminating an ongoing program that's most recent data shows 10 to 11% of REF funds is matched with about 89 to 90% of private investment dollars, which means that the state is getting local sustainable energy as well as independence from renewable energy and fuel cost savings over time for a very small investment. In other words, if you look at the money alone, which is your bailiwick, then I think you might agree with me that this bill is not a good deal for New Hampshire or for New Hampshire ratepayers.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Some of us down here never got that piece of information.
The handout?
Yeah.
I don't have it either. Are there not enough copies?
No, there were plenty. Thank you, though, for wanting to see it.
Does it have that green thing on it, or do you have the final copy?
Nope.
So no one,
We don't.
no one has a stack of them?
Yeah, we definitely do not have.
Representative Breyer, what's to your left? Is anything right there? One. Okay. Oh,
Okay, where did they stop?
In the middle, it's not right.
so you got it. So got, should have gotten.
There we go.
Ah, we figured it out.
I know you want to read a lot.
Okay, you need two, right? Okay.
Are they still missing or?
We've,
Oh, you have them. Okay.
we've got them.
Okay, great.
Yeah, the quick feelings.
There should be enough.
Okay. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fiscal note, as I mentioned, tried to put the potential ratepayer rebate in the best light. So they took a recent year where the payout had been 7.3 million and gave a range between 2.5 and 7.3. However, the appropriate way to do the math would be to use the REF report data, which lists the fund inputs for all 16 years that it's been in available, and then divide that by 16 to get what the sort of average you could expect to potentially be giving to ratepayers. That would be more, I think, legitimate, rather than a highest or lowest factor at your discretion. So I took the total of the REF funds from the report and I divided it by 16 years. And then I deducted the 200,000 potential in admin costs from the fiscal note and came up with an average that would be dispersed to people of $5,898,350 as an average yearly REF contribution. Now that still sounds like a nice chunk of change, doesn't it? Maybe giving it back to the ratepayer would be better than helping with energy investments in the state. Except that if we do the math, we'd have to take that 5.8 million and divide it by 540,000 New Hampshire Electric customers, and then divide it again by the 12 in order to spread it over the 12 months of the bill year. And it comes to less than $10 a year per customer. I'm just over $10 per year, sorry. So it's not the kind of savings that people are asking us for help with. It's not the kind of savings that they're going to notice. And it's not the kind of savings a renewable energy fund project can help ratepayers realize. As you can see by the handout I gave you, in the amount of awards that have happened in what is listed in this table, and actually this table is inconsistent with the other page that shows all 16 years of contributions. It's the total amount here invested, rebate refunds dispersed is 40 and a half odd million. And then there's 356 million odd, if we round it, in private investment that has moved to make those projects a reality. So we're getting a really good deal. You can see that. But when I added the 16 years up, it was more like 97 million that had come in over the years. So I'm not really sure what the math is, how the math is mathing in the DOE, but I gave you, what I'm giving you are legitimate numbers. So what people will notice is that the New Hampshire Department of Energy is no longer funding support as it has in the past for nearly 10,000 projects that have launched to date using money across the state of New Hampshire. Did I mention that even though the program offers only a 10% investment, it has a wait list? It's not an idle program. The money that has been sitting in the REF fund, and I see the DOE is here, so I'm sure that they'll be able to explain that to you. Up to this year, there was a significant amount of money sitting in that fund. Some of it had already been allocated but not dispersed. It currently has about $10 million in it. My understanding is that there's also an aspect of HB2, Section 188, where that REF 10 million is being swept into the general fund for like this year only. So the program isn't stopped. Money will continue to come in. And so it's not a question of no one's using the money. That's incorrect. So I ask that you find this bill inexpedient to legislate, as these projects are not only savings for those who invest, they are a cost savings for the system, and they provide all the measurable benefits that I've already mentioned. Local energy independence is really important as prices rise around the world for us to import the fuel that we use. And self-sufficiency is important to people in New Hampshire, as is hedging against those global price spikes. This is a very modest and reasonable program that is creating all the desired results for Granite Staters that they would want in terms of efficient government. Let's not pretend that offering someone less than $1 on their electric bill per month can ever match the nearly $400 million in renewable energy infrastructure that the REF program has helped New Hampshire gain since its inception in 2008. Please kill this bill, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Representative Ullery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Oh.
Part the second, Article 83 of the New Hampshire Constitution says, free and fair competition in the trades and industries is inherent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The people should be protected against all monopolies and conspiracies which tend to hinder and destroy free and fair competition. How does this become constitutional when it specifically hinders and destroys free and fair competition?
Thank you for the question, Representative Ullery. Good question as always. And I will answer it in the way that I view the question. One of the reasons that we're looking to do only a 10% incentive with a program like this is that it's a behavior that we are asking folks to adopt. The other answer to your question is that it is a free and fair market, but all of the energy inputs are not equal, and they don't all have the same benefits and drawbacks. So with renewable energy projects, for most people who are looking to invest, the upfront investment is the piece that delays them or doesn't make it pencil out correct. But in the long run, they're not paying for fuel costs, so there's a savings over time. So we want people to be doing that to keep those energy dollars in New Hampshire. So there was definitely a reason why we set up this program with very minimal investment in order to leverage the private dollars so that we could help keep costs low. So it's a cost lowering measure, and we are interceding, but I wouldn't look at it as unconstitutional, because there's actually intervention and subsidies on every form of energy that we use, and that's way too much to go into in this hearing, but you could say it's all unconstitutional if you wanted to go that route.
Follow up.
It probably is, and by your own definition, or by your own testimony just now, you said that you're picking winners and losers by taking tax dollars and giving it to this to help that because of this.
Well, to derive the benefits that I already listed. Yep. Yep.
I just so the committee knows we have 7 more people who wish to speak, but just so you know in the context, Representative Schoenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question here. I have 2, Mr. Chairman, so after the first one, I'll ask for a follow-up. Okay. Of the 540,000 electric ratepayers, does this include private, commercial?
That's a good question. I know that when they split any of the distribution charges, transmission charges, it's a pool of 540 million. I mean, 540,000 individual bills. Whether that includes C&I, commercial and industrial, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Somebody can answer that.
Follow up.
Yeah.
And has the AG's office given you any legal statement that this is a monopoly?
Well, I mean, I'm aware in my town of the investments that we've made to lower people's energy bills, right, and to lower the municipal energy bills. So I don't think people investing in renewable energy projects could qualify as a monopoly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is that it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Meg Stone.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the Department of Energy, and I'm happy to be joining you all for the first time today. So the department is neutral on House Bill 224, but we do believe that there are a few provisions of the bill that may need some clarification. But I will begin today with just a brief overview for you all on the Renewable Energy Fund, how it's funded, and what the department does with those funds. So New Hampshire's RPS statute established the renewable energy policy for the state, and common renewable energy sources are solar, wind, hydropower, biomass, and methane gas. And the RPS statute established 4 classes of renewable energy resources. Electricity suppliers must obtain renewable energy credits, or RECs, for each of the 4 classes as a set percentage of their retail electric load, and 1 REC represents renewable attributes of 1 megawatt hour of electricity or the equivalent amount of thermal energy. RECs are generated by certified renewable energy facilities and sold in is certified in that state as well. If electricity suppliers cannot or choose not to purchase or obtain sufficient RECs to comply with the RPS law, they must make alternative compliance payments, or ACPs, to the REF. The ACP rate is paid for each megawatt hour of RPS compliance obligation not met by purchasing a REC. The ACP rate serves as a ceiling price in the REC market, and on an annual basis, the department reviews electricity suppliers' compliance with the previous year's RPS requirements. The REF is a continually appropriated, dedicated, non-lapsing fund, which is used to support electrical and thermal renewable energy initiatives. ACPs and the interest accrued on the REF are the only sources of funding and fluctuate from year to year depending on the price and availability of RECs in the regional market and on electric suppliers' sales. Through the REF, the department administers 1 residential rebate program, 2 commercial and industrial rebate programs, and 2 competitive grant programs, as well as a newer program the department is in the process of setting up for municipal solar. The REF also has administrative costs with it, which 224 retains, including, as amended, the funding mechanism for the Office of Offshore Wind Industry and Energy Innovation. As far as the language of House Bill 224, it removes the ability to fund rebate and grant programs, removes the directive that Class 2 monies primarily support solar programs, and removes that programs are subject to audit by the department. It also adds the requirement that an excess of funds be rebated to all electric ratepayers. The department would like to point out 2 areas that may require some clarification. From the new language in bold, it appears the intention is to have the department still run incentive programs, but the struck out language prevents the department from running any such programs. If the intention is to refund all of the money in the Renewable Energy Fund, aside from the administrative costs, then this language does not accomplish that. Secondly, it's vague as to what's considered excess and by what measure the department should judge a balance to be in excess. Given the timing of payments over a 2-week period each year, as well as consideration of funds awarded for these programs but not drawn down on, determining excess is just not completely clear to the department. With that, I'm happy to take questions. Understanding this is a popular fund being discussed in other areas of the legislature, I'll do my best, but I may have to take some back to the department with me and get back to you all.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Stone. My understanding, and perhaps you can help me with this, my understanding is that in the governor's budget, she has also tapped this fund to help balance her budget. Is that correct?
Yes, it's my understanding that she took 10 million out of the renewable energy fund to put into the general fund to use. Yes.
Follow up?
up.
Do you, I think we've heard numbers like 2.5 to 7 that were provided by DOE. Do you have any idea where the 10 million came from?
I do know in the last 2 years we saw a larger increase than expected come into the renewable energy fund, and my understanding is that that 10 million is extra after the programs we've run and the administrative costs. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Who's babysitting today? Oh, never mind. Okay. How long is the wait list?
That off the top of my head, I'm not sure of, but I can get an answer for you and send that to the committee, of course.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I have Representative Horgan. And I would ask all speakers to try to limit remarks to what something new, and again, focus on numbers only, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Resident Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And I guess in interest of full disclosure, I've been involved, I've been involved with efforts to oppose, my family was part of the Olympic Oil Refinery battle, which led to Seacoast Anti-Pollution League, which is opposed to, fossil fuel infrastructure. Like, it started out trying to prevent a oil refinery from being built in Durham, then also opposed to the Seacoast nuclear power plant. And this bill is a lot about, trying to favor fossil fuels and trying to bring back nuclear power, and also to stop the development of offshore wind, which I think, and also solar. And those are both, the technologies for converting the wind and the sunshine into energy. They may not be perfect, but they have a lot fewer external costs than fossil fuels or other things which are more favored by the current legislature. So I think cutting off funding for the offshore wind, I think that's an extremely
Representative Horgan, I would ask you to speak to the bill specifically.
Yes, well, that's
you put 2 minutes down on your card. You're almost
sorry.
at 2 minutes. So
okay. Well, I just there's definitely cutting back support for solar energy and offshore wind. That's my mind is quite clear what the bill says. I know the vice chair is like waving his hand, so we have a very different understanding of what the bill is intended to do. So
the policy was established in the last committee and voted by the legislature. So what I'm asking you and anyone to follow speaking is talk about the numbers in the bill. Because that's what we look at Ways and Means. The policy has been established. Now we have to just look at the numbers.
I disagree with the policy, and that's why, in my opinion, the numbers don't work either. So that's, I guess, maybe that's as much as much of the point as you're willing to let me make. But the numbers don't work because the policy, in my opinion, doesn't work. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, I have Greg Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Greg Moore. I'm a regional director for Americans for Prosperity. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 224. Unlike some prior speakers, I'm not going to try to relitigate the policy, but I do think the committee needs to consider that there are 4 balls in the air relative to this program at the moment. There are 3 bills that have passed the House, one bill that's sitting in the Finance Committee that are all relevant to this particular legislation. There's this bill, of course, which rebates the Renewable Energy Fund back to the ratepayers. There's other legislation that's passed the House that has disabled the Office of Offshore Wind. So pending the impact of that, that could impact this legislation because this legislation specifically mentions that office. So there's other legislation that has gotten rid of that office. There is, of course, the legislation mentioned earlier in House Bill 2, where $10 million out of this fund is being moved from the Renewable Energy Fund to the general fund, which, of course, is not the first time this has happened. I'm sure Representative Ulrey and Allen remember in 2013, the legislature did the exact same thing of taking money out of the Renewable Energy Fund and moving it into the general fund, which, of course, in turn makes this a tax by moving it into the general fund. And then finally, there's legislation that passed last Thursday in the House, which phased out the renewable portfolio standard. So I would just encourage this committee to think through. You've got 4 different balls moving relative to the same programming, and to consider that as you make your decisions relative to this particular legislation. And certainly I understand the concerns of the Department of Energy, but I think those are certainly rectifiable changes that can be made relatively simply. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I know you have a busy bill after this one.
Yes, thank you. And that's weighing on my mind. That's why I'm trying to keep people to the numbers only, because we do have a lot of speakers on the next bill as well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question, Greg. So you mentioned 4 points: Office of Offshore Wind being disabled, $10 million moved to the general fund. The renewable portfolio standard is what?
Is being phased out.
Phased out. What was the 4th point?
So it's this bill. So this is this rebate. It's Office of Offshore Wind Energy, number 2. Number 3 is the $10 million being moved out of the Renewable Energy Fund into the general fund. And then finally is the overall phase out of the renewable portfolio standard, which would make the Renewable Energy Fund unnecessary because there'd be no new money coming into it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Heidi Kroll. And I noticed you put less than 5 minutes, but if you can possibly keep it to 3 or less, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to appear before you this morning. This is my first time here in this committee. My name is Heidi Kroll. I work at J. Grimbliss Strategic Solutions, and I'm here today representing the Granite State Hydropower Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 224. As you've heard, the Renewable Energy Fund is a continually appropriated, dedicated non-lapsing fund funded by alternative compliance payments. And as a general principle, dedicated funds shouldn't be used for purposes for which they were not established. When the legislature designed the RPS program, the Renewable Energy Fund was seen as a critical feature, not only in helping to increase the supply of renewable energy in New Hampshire, but also in lowering the RPS compliance cost. And I will say a little bit about that. So the idea when the renewable portfolio standard was established, as you heard from Ms. Stone from the DOE, each supplier of electricity, whether you're a utility or competitive supplier, is required each year to purchase a certain amount of renewable energy from different classes or different types of renewable energy. And they do that essentially by buying renewable energy certificates. If those certificates are not available in the marketplace, or the supplier is just not inclined to try to go out and find them, they have an alternative way to comply. And that alternative way to comply is to make payments called alternative compliance payments into the Renewable Energy Fund. So that is where that money comes from. The alternative compliance payments, as I think you heard from Ms. Stone also say, those basically serve as a ceiling price in the market. So alternative compliance payments are the most expensive way to comply with the RPS program. Going out into the competitive market and buying renewable energy certificates is the more cost-efficient way to comply. the Renewable Energy Fund was intended to be kind of a self-correcting mechanism. So take those funds, help invest in renewable energy projects. As you heard in the DOE's most recent report, for every dollar that comes out of that renewable energy fund in either an incentive or a rebate, it's leveraging about $9 to $10 in private investment. And the idea is that those projects that are invested in will then, as they're producing power, also producing renewable energy certificates that go into the market and essentially increase the supply that are available, and it helps bring down the price and therefore the price of compliance. So I just wanted to explain that a little bit to your committee to the extent that maybe wasn't clear. So our concern is that when you're kind of taking money away from this fund, you're disrupting that kind of self-correcting mechanism. The other thing that I will share with you in terms of my back of the envelope calculations, roughly speaking, if $5 million were refunded from the Renewable Energy Fund, that comes out to being about 0.047 cents per kWh. So pretty small amount of money. Again, 0.047 cents per kWh. If you're a residential ratepayer and you're paying a total rate of about 22 cents per kWh, that would be about a 0.2% reduction. If you're a C&I customer, commercial and industrial customer, you're probably paying a slightly lower rate of somewhere around 17 cents. That is going to be maybe about a 0.27% reduction on a bill. And as folks know, we see much greater swings on a seasonal basis in our electric bills. The last thing I was going to say is just to quote a piece out of the DOE's November report, a quote that we strongly agree with. In their conclusion section, they say, as this report illustrates, demand for rebates and grant awards continues to be strong. Rebate and grant funds have leveraged over $460 million in private investment, providing a boost to the state's economy and creating jobs for electricians, plumbers, and alternative energy businesses. In addition, there has been substantial growth in distributed generation renewable energy systems that serve to diversify our energy supply, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and increase our energy independence. So with that, I will, hopefully, Mr. Chairman, I did keep it under 5 minutes. I did my best. Happy
Thank
to
you.
try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I'm a little confused here. I think you're a lawyer, yes?
Not an
you
attorney.
aren't.
No, thank you.
Okay. I guess I need to ask somebody who is a lawyer, because I don't understand if we take this money on a permanent basis, then we are either taking the money away from the businesses still, but they are not getting the result of it. That is, it goes, there can't be any way to continue this rebate after the first year.
Like I said, I'm not an attorney, so I'm probably not the best person to try to address your
you.
question.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking this question. Could you send the chairman or to the clerk the numbers you just repeated? I didn't quite get them all, so
Sure. Yes, and
that would help
those
me.
are my back of the envelope calculations, but I'd be happy to send an email to the committee
Thank
just
you.
showing you how I arrived at that. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, I have Nick Krakoff.
Yeah, hi, good morning. My name is Nick Krakoff. I'm a senior attorney with the Conservation Law Foundation based here in Concord. This is my first time before this committee. I really appreciate being here today. CLF is a nonprofit environmental advocacy organization that works in New Hampshire and throughout the region. I've also handed out written comments which provide more detail on the testimony that I'm about to give. As has already been stated, this bill will essentially eliminate the Renewable Energy Fund, but rebating those funds would essentially result in trivial benefits for the average ratepayer. Now, we've heard a couple of other back of the envelope calculations today. I did my own, and it's based on an annual report that the New Hampshire Department of Energy puts out every year. It's an annual report on the Renewable Energy Fund. And based on that report, I calculated that the average residential customer would have received a rebate of 34 cents per month in 2023. So not very much money we're talking about here. You know, I think all of these calculations show you wouldn't receive a lot of money if you rebated that money. So in other words, rebating the money is going to result in negligible benefits to the average customer. Now, just talking about the benefits of the Renewable Energy Fund for a minute. You know, Representative Nodder talked about how this is a subsidy, but I want to draw your attention to the fact that the money from this fund, it goes to towns and municipalities in addition to businesses and homeowners. So, you know, we're seeing towns, municipalities that are able to, school districts that are able to fund projects from the Renewable Energy Fund that they would otherwise not be able to fund without the monies from this. And you know, what that does is it allows these towns to reduce their energy costs because they can invest in these projects. It reduces the energy costs that these towns are paying, benefits people in those towns, school districts. So if you get rid of this fund, really the people in those towns, the people that are attending those school districts, they're gonna be harmed by the lack of those funds being available. You know, another thing is that these funds also, you know, they've been given to a lot of hydroelectric projects over the years, which allow, you know, dam maintenance, which is important. And then lastly, one other thing I wanted to note is that, you know, the funds also benefit low-income ratepayers. You know, again, the Renewable Energy Fund report details a lot of those projects. You know, there was a project last year in New Hampshire, Catholic Charities, that benefited from some of those funds. And, you know, for those low-income ratepayers, you know, each household for that one project received around $300 a year in benefits. So, you know, there's some real benefits to, you know, for the funds for municipalities, low-income folks, et cetera. Whereas if you rebate those funds, there's going to be very, very few benefits. So, you know, looking at the overall ledger of the Renewable Energy Fund, you know, I think it doesn't make sense to, you know, for this bill to rebate those funds, and we should, you know, I urge you to ITL the bill. Thank you very much, and happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Krakoff. You may not be the most appropriate person to ask this question, but is my understanding correct that the Renewable Energy Fund in New Hampshire also includes projects for wood pellets for our timber industry?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at my written comments, it mentions that a couple of lumber yards actually received funding for wood pellet fired boilers last year. So yeah, that is a pretty big, you know, significant aspect of the program. Also, Raymond High School, you know, they received funding for a wood pellet boiler last year. So yeah, there are a lot of projects like that.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Meredith Hatfield.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Meredith Hatfield for the Nature Conservancy. Many of my points have already been made, so I'll try to be brief.
Thank you.
Get closer. Thank you. Meredith Hatfield for the Nature Conservancy. I agree with the comments of several prior speakers, so I'll try to be brief. We do oppose this bill, and we do commend to you something that's been referenced by several prior speakers, the last annual report on the Renewable Energy Fund that the Department of Energy prepares annually. It's available on their website. I will be following up with written comments, and I'll include a link to that report. We understand that we must become more resilient and more energy independent to protect ourselves both from rising costs and from increasing environmental damage that results from climate change, and that is extremely costly for the state, its residents, and municipalities to deal with. At a time when energy prices are increasingly volatile and when the legislature is considering how to incorporate more clean energy technologies into our system, let's not reduce our ability to incentivize technologies such as clean energy. As other speakers have mentioned, this annual report details the many projects that have been funded through the Renewable Energy Fund. So I won't repeat that. We believe that the balance that has accumulated is completely irresponsible, and we believe it would be much more prudent for you to direct the Department of Energy to spend those funds. With respect to the question about whether this is the fund and the RPS is unconstitutional. This was created about 20 years ago. It was very carefully crafted, this statute 362F, in concert with stakeholders who were keeping in mind the state's other major energy law, RSA 374F. That is the restructuring law that broke up the monopolies that we previously had on energy generation. So we do believe that this is perfectly constitutional and should continue. And actually, we agree with Americans for Prosperity that actually rating the fund, since that door has been opened, though that's not the bill before you, that would be an unconstitutional taking of dedicated ratepayer funds for a specific purpose and making it into an unconstitutional tax. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Okay, next I have Sam Evans Brown.
Nailed it.
Clean energy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sam Evans Brown. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. I apologize for my voice. I spent the weekend screaming at high school ski racers and completely blew out my windpipes. Hopefully it doesn't fail me here. I have handed out written comments. I would direct your attention in particular to the list of recent awardees from the Renewable Energy Fund grant programs. As you will see, as has been stated by a number of the folks who have come up here already, those include a number of public entities which have used these Renewable Energy Fund grants to invest in heating infrastructure, which has allowed them to reduce their energy bills. So I would also echo the fact that the fiscal note on this bill is rather one-sided. It enumerates the costs. It does not enumerate the benefits of the Renewable Energy Fund, which is to say that there are savings that accrue to local and county governments as a result of this program, and the loss of those savings is not captured by the fiscal note. I similarly did the math of how much the average ratepayer would receive. I took the average cost of alternative compliance payments over the last 10 years, divided by the number of electric meters in the state of New Hampshire, which I'll note is actually not 500,000, it's like 760,000. The 500,000 number is just Eversource ratepayers. It does not include Liberty, Unitil, and the New Hampshire Electric Co-op. My math says it's 47 cents per ratepayer per month on average that you're going to be saving. So the savings are really quite de minimis, and the costs are substantial because these programs do in fact support really valuable projects that help taxpayers reduce their local energy tax bills. And I just wanted to note. There was a question about why does compliance costs for this program vary year by year. The reason, and this is slight repetition of folks who came before me, is that this is a market-based program. Electric utilities are, in fact, regulated monopolies. They are a natural monopoly. We only want one set of wires going to each home and business, and so we have granted them a monopoly. There is no free market when it comes to electricity. That's why programs like this exist, because there are policy goals that we are hoping to achieve, and we're through the state's energy policy, the state's energy strategy, we aim to achieve those goals through market-based mechanisms, of which this is one. So there's a regional market for renewable energy credits. There are alternative compliance payments that exist if there is not sufficient supply of renewable energy credits. They're intended to be a safety valve in a sort of self-reinforcing cycle. If there aren't enough RECs, the Renewable Energy Fund grows. We use the Renewable Energy Fund to build more renewable energy. which then creates more RICs, which then reduces the alternative compliance payments. When you rebate the funds from the Renewable Energy Fund, as opposed to using them for their intended purpose, you break that feedback loop. You break the program. Instead, we're going to forever be collecting alternative compliance payments from ratepayers, holding them for some indeterminate period of time, and then giving them back, which I would also argue turns this program, which is intended to be a market-based program, into a tax. We're taxing people by the opportunity cost of taking those 47 cents a month from them. So maybe a slightly absurd point, but I'm just making the point here that this is a program. It is intended to work, and you're going to break the design of the program by emptying out this fund every year. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try again with the chairman's permission. I read somewhere that there are approximately 3,500 people involved in renewable energy projects, many of them, if not most of them, master electricians. Would you agree with me that this bill, should it pass, would have a detrimental effect on New Hampshire's economy because those folks would no longer have these projects?
I would agree with that assessment. That the data you point to, I pulled it up when I was sitting in the back, which is one of the reasons why I dragged my computer up here. That comes from the U.S. Department of Energy. They do an annual energy jobs report. It includes all types of energy jobs. I commend it to anyone who's interested in knowing what types of energy jobs there exist in New Hampshire. Renewable energy is one of the larger sectors. 1,600 of those jobs are in the solar industry, which are overwhelmingly master electricians, because that's what we require anyone who installs solar to be a master, a journeyman, or an apprentice. And that includes installing the racking, because the racking for solar is the ground, and therefore it's part of the electrical system. And so you've got very experienced people tightening bolts, which, we could come back to that at another point. I would also note that there's another large section that benefits from the Renewable Energy Fund, which is the woody biomass sector, which has 360 jobs in the state of New Hampshire. This legislature has, over recent years, made a number of decisions that have been real hits to the logging sector, which have really detrimentally impacted the markets for low-grade wood. And the Renewable Energy Fund and its support for thermal renewable energy, which is to say burning wood, is one of the last few programs that exists that tries to help to buoy that sector. And I think there are people that are coming after me that are more experienced in the timber industry.
Thank you.
Representative Ames.
Thank you. And I think that is blank, my nameplate, and that's because I'm a substitute here, and I am Representative Ames. I'm wondering if you could help me understand what this bill actually would do. And looking at the language, it starting at line 11, it picks up existing language. Any remaining monies paid into the fund. It does not specify there any particular point in time, I note, under paragraph 2 of this section, and then it deletes a bunch of language, and then it says that are in excess of administration costs. I presume administration costs is a containable, understandable category. Are in excess of administrative costs. Funding for the Office of Offshore Wind Industry and Development and Energy Innovation. I assume that's a identifiable number 2, if there is an office, such an office. And the last category that's mentioned here is incentive payments. So you deduct those, if you know what they are, and from the any remaining monies, at what point in time is unclear. And then there's the rebate requirement. So I wonder if you could help me understand what incentive payments are and how one would go about interpreting this so that we'd all be clear on what's happening and no mistakes would be made going forward and doing the wrong thing in the minds of some people who saw it differently. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative. As the Department of Energy noted, the language of this bill is quite unclear as to what the impact of the bill actually would be. I would assume, because typically what happens is the Department of Energy sets an annual budget for incentives and rebates for the Renewable Energy Fund in the fall. And I would assume that what would happen is the Department of Energy would set that budget and say, here's how we're going to get all of the rebates and grants out the door, and then any leftover money in the fund would be rebated. So the numbers that the sponsor floated, which the numbers that she gave you were the total cost of alternative compliance payments in each year, we would be rebating much less than that. So we'd be rebating some fraction of 47 cents a month per ratepayer. That said, the representative made it clear that her intention was to empty the fund. So my comments were, I think, more directed toward the intent that the sponsor expressed, as opposed to what the language of the bill says. I think at a minimum, the bill needs to be cleaned up to make it clear how it would work. If you read the fiscal note of the bill, the fiscal note is quite clear that the Department of Energy is not clear how this bill would work, and I think the department expressed that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I just got another pink card on 224, so we have 3 to go. Which is the new one? Charlie Niebling.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Charlie Niebling. I'm a resident of Boscawen, New Hampshire. I'm a professional forester. And for the last 15 years or so of my career, I've been an advocate for and involved in the expansion of the use of wood for all scales of heating applications in the state of New Hampshire, because I think it's good for the state of New Hampshire. In deference to your comment, Mr. Chairman, I'll limit my remarks to fiscal matters and fiscal considerations, and I want to point out that wood as an abundant, underutilized renewable natural resource is an important renewable that, by virtue of the original enabling legislation for the RPS, is eligible for grants and rebates through the Renewable Energy Fund. The paper that I circulated is somewhat dated, but still very relevant attempt a number of years ago to quantify the economic benefits to the state of New Hampshire that result from commercial and institutional scale wood heating and combined heat and power applications. And the map that you see, I would venture that most of the projects that are represented on that map benefited from the Renewable Energy Fund, either a commercial wood pellet boiler rebate or a grant administered through the non-residential commercial industrial competitive grant program. Prior speakers have referenced several recent projects that have benefited from that program that include commercial sawmills, public school districts, hospitals, county complexes, and other entities, many of them taxpayer-funded entities. The great advantage of wood is that while it has a much higher upfront capital cost, it has much, much lower operating costs. So the incentives, the grants, and the rebates help to take some of the sting out of the first cost so that the entity can benefit from reduced operating costs. This is just, as I said, just an attempt to summarize the benefits to the state of New Hampshire, whether they accrue directly to the entity that made the installation or through the market that they provide for low-grade wood to the larger state economy. One of the major benefits is the retention of energy expenditure in our state economy, as opposed to the purchase of fossil energy, which we do not have in New Hampshire and must import, be it natural gas, heating oil, or propane, or coal. So there is a significant benefit associated with this program and these incentives. To conclude, Mr. Chairman, I just want to correct a comment made by Mr. Moore. He stated that there is a bill to repeal the RPS. In fact, House Bill 219 started out that way, but was very intentionally and deliberately amended by the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee to take away the repeal and perpetuate the continued benefits of the RPS. And it was voted on by the House last week, coming out of the House Science, Tech, and Energy Committee. That's House Bill 219. So his statement that there is a bill in play to repeal the RPS is not correct. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Niebling, I hope I'm not butchering your name.
That's spot on.
Thank you for answering my questions. I'm wondering, and I really have two questions. The first of which is, based on this paper, which I recognize is dated, do you have any idea of what these numbers would have been without the Renewable Energy Fund?
I mean, I could probably go back and figure out how many of them did receive rebates or grants. That would take me some time to do that. I'm happy to share the database that is the basis for this analysis.
If you could, and if I could have a follow-up. I'm also, you mentioned that there's a $35.9 million total economic benefit to the state of New Hampshire based on the timber industry, the wood heating, whatever. I'm wondering if you might also give us a figure for this committee on what the tax implications are, what your industry contributes to the state through various taxes. And I guess it's
Mr. Stock actually and his organization have done more comprehensive statewide economic benefit analysis to the wood industry writ large, not just the wood heating industry. Perhaps he can speak to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. I know. Sorry, I can't read the writing. Varying Headberry. Probably totally butchering it, but medical MD it says, so I'm assuming whoever this is a medical doctor. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the next one. Yeah. Good. So we have one left.
That's for 524.
I'm sorry. That's the next bill. Okay. Jason Stock.
Well, good morning. For the record, my name's Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and I'll be very brief. I'm coming on the tail end of a lengthy hearing, and it looks like you have another larger one ahead of, so I'll try to be brief. I just wanted to provide a few comments and some context and echo a few of the points that you heard earlier. Our interest in the bill specifically, though, we represent the forest products industry. We also represent timberland owners across the state. Our interest is the biomass piece and the heat piece in particular. Mr. Niebling did a great job talking about that, and I can provide some economic data. We've done quite a bit of analysis through Plymouth State University to try to quantify kind of what the economic impacts are for the state, particularly biomass in general. But just to stick to the numbers, as they say, just a couple facts. New Hampshire is the second most forested state in the country, and about 2/3 of everything that's growing out there on the landscape is low grade or low-grade wood, unsuitable for lumber, and we need a home for it if we want to practice sustainable forestry and do it in an economical manner. Biomass has been a pretty big part of the state's industry and a home for that product. And thermal projects, such as the projects Mr. Niebling had mentioned, is also a emerging or burgeoning use for that product. And this REF affects us in a couple ways. One, and the RPS in general, one is the biomass power plants, but also, and our concern on that front is that, as Mr. Evans Brown said, if you defund the Renewable Energy Fund, you kind of break this piece of statute, or you break the operations of this law. And that is of great concern to us. But the second piece is the Renewable Energy Fund also helps provide support, and as Charlie really put it well, helps cover or takes the sting out of those upfront capital costs for these biomass power projects. Recently, Britain Lumber up in Bath, New Hampshire, installed a wood chip boiler to augment their operations, not only reducing their use of fossil fuels, but also finding a home for mill waste, and at the same time being able to dry their lumber in a cost-effective way. Durgan and Kroll, New London, another large sawmill, they actually have a pellet facility. And then there are a couple that are burgeoning or coming up. Burgess Biopower is one where they're looking at a heating project with the city. These are all applications where funds from the Renewable Energy Fund will help spur these projects and make those projects a reality. So it's in that context that we come and speak in opposition to this bill. And I think, as you've heard before, and this program has been very successful. It is oversubscribed, and as Meredith Hatfield had suggested, we would echo what she said, is that, a more appropriate motion or mode forward would be to have Department of Energy urging them to expend these funds, given that the program is oversubscribed. Again, I'll conclude my comments. I will provide you some of the financial data, but I just wanted to get on the record here our opposition to the bill, and thank you for the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on HB 224? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 224. Given that we are about 50 minutes behind schedule, and I have 15 people who want to speak on this next bill, 524, I cannot overstate the fact that this is a second committee bill. The policy part of this was determined and voted on, and that's why it's come to Ways and Means. So I would ask that, given out of the 15 people I have speaking right now, I have 13 pink cards that are against and 2 that are 16 pink cards. So I would ask that everyone try to keep their time frame under 3 minutes. What's that? Oh. What's... I would ask that anyone speaking, try to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less. With this many people speaking, I guarantee you're going to be saying many of the same things. So try to say things that are different, because keep in mind, it's not just us up here. It's all all the people that are waiting to speak as well. So try to keep it to something new. If you've already heard what's been said. And again, keep in mind, we're Ways and Means. So we're looking at the financial impact of this. We're not relitigating the policy. I just want to make that clear. And now I have close to 20 cards, so. Okay. All right, first up, we'll have Representative Granger introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here with Laura Condon, hopefully save you guys some time. Free and fair competition in the trades and industries is an inherent and essential right of the people and should be protected against all monopolies and conspiracies which tend to hinder or destroy it. The Vaccine Association is a state-sanctioned monopoly on the purchase of childhood vaccines, so today you have the ability to protect the people against it. The bill does no damage to the vaccine availability whatsoever, nor does it encourage vaccine availability. This bill is purely focused on how these vaccines are paid for. I'm here with Laura Condon. She was on the board of the Vaccine Association for many years, and she has an encyclopedia of data on the topic, especially with regard to the cost to the state of the Vaccine Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable committee members. My name is Laura Condon. I'm from Bedford, New Hampshire, and I will probably provide unique testimony. I suspect there are many people here opposing this bill, but I am in support of this bill, so my testimony might be different from others. I do not believe that DHHS should be in the business of buying and selling vaccines for commercially insured children through this vaccine association, and I support repeal. It is best to remove government from involvement in purchases of medical products when private business has long demonstrated that it does this quite well and cost effectively for vaccines for adults. This program is simply to reimburse the state for the purchase of vaccines for commercially insured children. It is especially timely at this time of significant budget crisis that legislators support the governor and look to programs that are costing taxpayer dollars that can be better done by private industry. And even with the signage, you might find that there's lopsided support for this bill. Most people don't understand that don't even know there's a vaccine association, let alone understand it. And there are others here that simply don't want to give up free. And I guess you can't blame them. In June of 2014, I was appointed by the Senate President to serve as public member on the board of the Vaccine Association. I served for 5 years. Since that time, and prior to that time, I remained a committed attendee and active commentator on all board meetings. So why do we have a vaccine association? Well, in 2002, RSA 126Q became law based on the false premise that government can do this cheaper than private industry. It was based on the false representation that pricing of vaccines, just like the manufactured suggested retail price of a car, is not a price anybody actually pays. So it is not cheaper by comparison. In fact, vaccine providers in New Hampshire all purchase vaccines for adults through very cost-effective group purchasing organizations and manufacturer discount programs with significant savings without the unnecessary costs of government involvement. There's some misinformation that has been shared and will be shared, and I'd like to clarify this. Number one, the Vaccine Association claims it saves 30% on vaccines. That's actually not true. And I have provided in the materials that I've handed out, I apologize, it's what's provided to me by the Vaccine Association, very hard to see. It's a spreadsheet of the vaccine purchases. Over in the far right-hand corner circle is a 27% saving on certain vaccines. But if you look at the other vaccines on this chart, you will find that there's only a 25% saving for flu shots and only a 22% savings for COVID shots, which actually are not authorized for the Vaccine Association to reimburse DHHS through the statute, but they are reimbursing anyways. There's really little oversight. What does it matter? Well, it matters $1,832,452 is what it matters, and exaggerated savings, if you will. There's also will be represented that the administrative costs for the Vaccine Association are quite minimal. And if you look at their statement of changes in net assets, this is, I didn't create any of these documents. These are all created by the Vaccine Association. Their total administrative costs for this coming year is $159,912. But that's only half of the picture because the Vaccine Association doesn't actually purchase the vaccines. DHHS purchases vaccines from the CDC, and they hire employees and pay them to monitor providers, run the vaccination registry, track patient use. And this involves at least a half dozen staff at an annual cost. This is provided by DHHS of $941,303.61 for fiscal year 2025. This cost is borne by taxpayers. With DOGE cuts, and you might find that DHHS has actually asked the Vaccine Association to reimburse a portion of this, but Statute 126Q prohibits that, and there is a legal opinion on that. DHHS might represent that they receive federal grant money. We all know with DOGE cuts at the federal level and recent HHS cuts in funding for various programs, mostly for administrative costs, it's very likely that grant money to the state would be cut for these programs, leaving taxpayers fully on the hook for these high costs. There is a claim that the Vaccine Association keeps insurance costs lower. In fact, I've provided spreadsheets for you that shows ins and outs of money here. And if you look at the year 2018, it shows that DHHS overbilled the Vaccine Association by $12,979,343. And I can tell you from sitting on the board, it is no easy task to get this money back from the state once it's sent over. And it's an overpayment. This raises the cost of health insurance for all New Hampshire consumers. You can see year after year, they've overfunded DHHS for the vaccines they purchased, but it really is a blank check by the Vaccine Association. They do not question the amount requested from DHHS. They do not audit it. They simply write the check. It's their policy to do that. There will be, let's see, jumping over some things. Because I've provided you handouts so you can read them. Parents, the claim is parents will have to pay for vaccines. Federal law requires that vaccines, the product themselves, are provided free for children. That will not change. There is claim that poor children won't be able to afford vaccines. Poor children is a separate program. It's the federal Vaccines for Children program. Repeal of this Vaccine Association doesn't touch that. There is claim that the Vaccine Association is fully transparent. They claim to be a nonprofit, but they file no federal Form 990 required of all nonprofits. There is claim that health insurance premiums will increase if there's no Vaccine Association. In fact, the savings are questionable. And if you compare them what private industry can realize for savings in vaccine purchases, in fact, insurers actually may save money. And it is not a direct line to the change of cost in premiums. Any change in the cost of vaccines, it's a very complicated process where providers decide what they want to be reimbursed. They negotiate with health insurers. Health insurers decide what they're going to reimburse it for. There's contracts between providers and insurers. So it's not a direct link to the change of cost of vaccines. There's a claim that doctors will go out of business.
Can I just interrupt for a minute?
Sure.
We didn't get your name. What was your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Laura Condon. I'm from Bedford, New Hampshire.
And do you have a pink card in here?
I do.
Okay. And what did you have for amount of, I've got to keep track of time here.
Okay.
How long did you have left to speak?
I didn't mark down the time. I wasn't sure how much, Representative Granger want me to speak on behalf of his bill.
Where are you, and are you almost done, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And I just have one more handout to review. You've got them. There is claim that doctors will go out of business. 44 other states do not have a vaccine association. Doctors are not going out of business there. There's no shortage of vaccines in those states. This bill will save money. It will create efficiencies. Those who purchase their own inventory will be more careful with them. And there was an incident at Alice Peck Day Memorial Hospital back in 2016. I was contacted by this reporter where more than 800 children received improperly stored vaccines over a 14-month period. DHHS was aware of it. It took them months after discovering it to disclose it to the public. And they claim that Alice Peck Day revaccinated over 800 children at their own cost. When I asked for the financial documentation that that's in fact what happened, there is none. It was never monitored. So free vaccines apparently aren't monitored. I will just wrap up and say this bill is long overdue, having sat on this board for many years, returning the private function of the purchase of medical products to private industry, saving taxpayers and insurance consumers money for the cost of government involvement. And I ask that you vote H. Bill 524 is ought to pass. Thank you very much. I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Certainly.
The New Hampshire Insurance Department says that by taking this bill away or taking this $1 million away a year vaccine program, that will cost New Hampshire families an additional $7.5 million out of their own pockets. Is this bill a proper way to get families to get their kids vaccinated by having this bill, saying we're not going, medical facilities, their increased costs are going to go up also. So what are we doing here with this number? Is it 1 million versus 7.5 million?
I haven't seen that 7.5 million figure in the fiscal note. I do note that the insurance department said that premiums could change based on a number of factors. But what we know is we know that vaccine providers will purchase vaccines through their own significant discount programs. They will not be paying market price for them. That's how they buy all their pharmaceutical products. Then they negotiate contracts with health insurers in the state, how much they're going to be reimbursed for everything. Their doctor's visits, their vaccines, their Band-Aids, those are all negotiated. To say that there's a direct link for a change in cost, which there might not be a change in cost, would increase premiums on New Hampshire families. I would say the math is not correct on that. Because of those, mitigating factors there. You asked if this would have an impact on families getting vaccines. This has no impact on vaccination policy. It doesn't change vaccination policy. Parents will still be able to take their children to the doctors to get vaccines. Vaccines are big business. Pediatricians are still going to supply them in New Hampshire like they do in 44 other states through private purchases. They're well vaccinated in other states too. We'll be good.
All right. Seeing no more. Yes, Representative
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. Some quick questions. You said 1.8 million is exaggerated savings. Can you explain? Early on in your presentation.
Yes. The detail on that, I think I skipped over the detail. I was trying to cut some time here, but it's short. The Vaccine Association represents that they save 30% on their vaccines. But I handed out their own spreadsheet that they show that they save 27% for routine vaccine, only 25% on flu shots, and 22% on COVID shots, which the statute doesn't allow them to fund COVID shots, but they do anyways. And if you add up that discrepancy between what they claim is a 30% saving and what they actually realize at 27, 25, and 22%, that amounts to a $1.8 million overrepresentation of what they're saving.
Follow up, please.
So it's an exaggerated savings. That's all.
Is the program free? And if not, what's the cost?
Free to who?
Well,
Nothing's
we're
free.
hearing that the program is free. So is it free to the state of New Hampshire?
No. As you will see from the handout that I've provided, DHHS volunteers that they've got right here, they've got these employees that they must pay to run this Vaccine Association program.
Okay, so that's the figure we've heard about. And last question is, did you say medicines are becoming outdated because they're purchased in bulk and they don't distribute them in time, or did I hear that wrong?
Oh, you mean that they become expired?
Yes.
No, I would say the incident I referred to in Alice Peck Day Memorial Hospital, if that's what you're asking about, that was the vaccines were not properly stored. It's not their own inventory. It's free.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Almy.
Good morning. I think I may be somewhat out of order in this, though I do provide a, oh Lord, now I just lost it. I forgot to bring my written materials today. And I have to get back to where I was.
Do you want me to go to somebody else or
Yeah, could you just let me, I have to.
All right.
I was holding on to.
Representative
the
Horgan.
place.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10. So hopefully this will go more smoothly than last time. Although I had a member who was gesticulating and face palming, but luckily he's not sitting here now anyway. So hopefully, but anyways, I think the Vaccine Association was founded in 2002, and we've sort of denigrated as the government doing something, but government isn't always bad. Private industry isn't always right. In any case, private industry and the government both rely a lot on each other. So this was a good, and it is true that the program was structured as a non-for-profit corporation. I can't really comment to whether or not they're filing the right paperwork. I would be shocked if they weren't, but other shocking things have happened. But so this was, so that was like it was a partnership between the Commissioner of Insurance, the Department of Health and Human Services, and various private entities. So that was the way it was done, because they believed that was more efficient than, say, creating a separate department within DHSS or a whole separate cabinet department. And supposedly the time was nonprofit corporation like this is the more efficient way of doing things. Of course, right now these are kind of being denigrated as NGOs, so I'm not a lot of this work that the Vaccine Association, you kind of wonder if the proponents of the bill want anybody to be doing this work. But in any case, it's a good program that's survived for 23 years. And if you want to go to the numbers, well, I guess once again, the numbers in general, it's hard to make them make sense when the policy doesn't make any sense. And in the interest of full disclosure, I was opposed to the policy too. So not just here. And actually, at least in the medium term, this is actually going to cost the taxpayers money. And, supposedly the organizations that work with the Vaccine Association, the healthcare providers, are going to be able to get this through the private sector, but that's totally unclear. And as I said, the private industry doesn't always operate more efficiently than the government. In any case, the Vaccine Association is kind of like, I think they have a funny term for it called a quango. It's sort of a quasi non-governmental organization. So it's a corporation that's created by a statute. So that's not always a good way to run things, but it's been a good way to run this thing. And certainly it's better than what some other programs we have, where we have just an independent nonprofit corporation running things which has no oversight from anybody in government. So I think this is a good program, and as far as it does actually save people money. And of course, in case vaccines, the
Representative,
yes, I know.
You're over your 2 minutes, and I have a lot of people to speak.
I understand, and I didn't want to. I was trying not to take the bad example of at least the example, whether it's good or not, of the woman before me who spoke for about 15. I don't know what she put in her pink card, but it was probably about 20 minutes over what she put on the pink card. Although she was speaking.
Representative Horgan,
I know I'm out of order.
Anyway, are you done?
Yes, it's a bad.
bad policy, the numbers don't work, and one of the reasons because the policy is bad. So we should keep this association in place.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Almy.
Representative Susan Almy, City of Lebanon, and I am representing here on one of my constituents that, of whom many have emailed me. She is part of a 5,000 doctor pediatrician practice in the department, Dartmouth Health. She lives near Lebanon, and she works in Lebanon. And she went through a deep dive into the math, looking at our practices data on using Prevar 20 as an example. Prevar is the strep pneumonia vaccine that prevents serious pneumococcal, I never could pronounce that word, disease. It prevents pneumonia, ear infection, sinusitis, meningitis. Adults can get this vaccine as well, but we do a primary series in young children to protect them when they are so young and often so sick with sharing germs with other kids. In 2024, Dartmouth Hitchcock practice in Lebanon only administered 1,076 Prevnar 20 vaccines. We give this at 2 months, 4 months, 5 months, and 15 months to complete the primary series of 4 doses. About 75% of the patients in our practice are commercially insured, so this was about 201 babies with commercial insurance, that is non-Medicaid insurance, and 67 babies with Medicaid public insurance. In 2004, we did not have to pay for this vaccine as the state provided it to the practices for all children at no cost. The CDC wholesale cost is $185.09, and the commercial cost is $261.56, a 30% savings. That's where that comes from. Currently, as you know, the NHVA can pay the wholesale cost for all the vaccines due to its buying power, so it gets a good discount. If we had to pay the commercial doses for this single vaccine, we would have had to pay $210,490 to procure the vaccine at a commercial price of $261.56 per dose to vaccinate the 201 babies with commercial insurance. That's a huge financial outlay for a practice, and this is a single vaccine out of many. She gives a second one in which they get a 36% discount through CDC for the commercial doses. But then I want to skip to at any given time, we have tens of thousands of dollars worth of vaccines in our refrigerators and freezers. Having to pay in advance for these vaccines for commercially insured children, should the NHVA be abolished, is a huge financial strain to our pediatric practices. DH has central ordering, but for my friends in private practices, this is a dramatic and unwelcome change. For practices that are financially secure, each one will have to develop separate contracts with vendors and insurers to procure and bill for all of the vaccines on the schedule. Some practices will not be able to float this kind of overhead expense and may not be able to offer these vaccines to their patients at all. More than 90% of families in New Hampshire follow the recommended vaccine schedule, so this will produce excess burden on many families to find and obtain their desired protection for their children. Extra time, extra cost, extra complexity, and extra burden, both for the families and for the practices. The excess costs for the commercial pricing as compared to the wholesale pricing also need to come from somewhere, and this will likely to be passed on consumers in the way of increased premiums to Granite State families. The fiscal note states as much. The attached Excel file has the recommended vaccine schedule by age. I spared you this. The brands of vaccines provided and the cost by wholesale and commercial. It's from the CDC website, and I could provide that to you, but it's 12 pages long. Thank you for helping to protect the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. I'm here to help, so please reach out if needed. That gives you what is actually happening on the ground and what could happen if this bill is passed. Thank you.
Thank you. No, you're a little bit over. Representative Murphy?
Yes.
What'd you say?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Esteemed colleagues, I'm rising in opposition to this bill because of the overwhelming feedback I've received from doctors and also constituents in my 2 rural towns. Their concern is that today they have a single point of order for vaccines, and so this is a low overhead in their medical practices. Whereas they feel if this association is eliminated, they will be forced to negotiate multiple contracts with multiple pharmaceutical companies in order to secure supply, and that this in turn might cause them to have to add staff or at least add overtime to their current staff because they tend to be very small practices. And so the concern is increased healthcare costs to their patients. And so that is why I'm in opposition to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other representatives here that I have a pink card for? Representative or senators before I continue? Okay. Then we will go on to the remaining 18 people that want to speak. And I would ask that I see some cards here that are 5 and 10 minutes long. I would ask you kindly to keep it under 3 minutes. And don't repeat what others have said and keep it to the fiscal part of this. First up is Patrick Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Patrick Miller. I serve as the Executive Director for the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony, and the association is opposed to House Bill 524. For those of you that are not familiar with the purpose and work of the association, it's an independent, not-for-profit 501c3 voluntary corporation formed under RSA 292 and created by state statute 126Q 23 years ago. The legislature mandated the establishment of the association to ensure stable and equitable contributions from all health insurers and third-party administrators, payers, to the state's childhood vaccine purchase program. It was enacted to address the unpredictability of financial participation by the state's insurers. The program that the state manages combines federal funds designated for the state's Medicaid and uninsured children of private funds from the association's member payers to enable provider practice locations to have access to the necessary vaccines at no cost. We're one of 14 states to have such a program. In terms of the constituents that are involved, we have the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services, the Insurance Department. There's 209 healthcare provider locations and currently 91 health insurers and third-party administrators participate in the program. Our board is consisting of payers, providers, and consumers, as well as commissioners of the Insurance Department and DHHS. We have financial reports on our website, including an annual report and audited financial statements. The mechanics of the program are very straightforward, but I think often misunderstood. In August of each year, we receive an annual estimated invoice of the funds the department needs for the association, from the association. In September, there's a process that calculates and improves the assessment rate, and then 4 times a year, collections are made from these 91 payers. And then in June of each year, the Department of Health and Human Services receives funds from the association that were collected during the year to basically purchase the privately insured children vaccines. And on a monthly basis, DHHS purchases the vaccines on behalf of all children, no matter what the coverage type is, that are under the age of 19, and they're leveraging a federally discounted rate, which is only available to governmental entities. Whether the patient is privately insured, has Medicaid, or is uninsured, the association's pass-through funding mechanism allows the state to continue to purchase vaccines under the federal discount program so that the Department of Health and Human Services can provide free vaccines to healthcare providers. It's one of the most efficient purchasing mechanisms that exists in public health today. Access to the federal vaccine discount, as I said, was only available to government agencies such as DHHS, and will save approximately 30% on $24 million of budgeted childhood immunization purchases in fiscal year 25. Our administrative costs are less than 1%, and they're borne 100% by the payers, not the state. And the overall program costs for fiscal 2025 of $941,000 that the state has are paid for by the federal government in a grant to the state, and there's no savings to the state at all by eliminating the association. The association doesn't receive state funds, create policy, or impose any requirements. While supporters of HB 524 claim that eliminating the association will save the state of New Hampshire money and the private market will fill the holes behind, it's just not true. It's not true for providers, it's not true for payers, it's not true for employers, and it's not true for the state itself. The New Hampshire Insurance Department's fiscal note states that there will be a negative impact of the commercial health insurance market of $7.2 million annually due to the loss of federal discounts, since private providers cannot purchase at that discounted rate. Only governmental entities such as DHHS can do this. This would result in increasing health insurance premiums covering 160,000 children in the state of New Hampshire. Today, we have the lowest healthcare premiums in the individual market across the country, and the insurance department's fiscal note states that health premiums would increase if 524 passes. Premiums impacted include public dollars, the state of New Hampshire's employee benefit plan, the county municipal benefit plan, and the rest of the commercial health insurance market. It's also not the total savings that the insurance department has in their fiscal note. It doesn't consider the additional costs borne by the 209 provider locations needing to fund what would balloon from 24 million to 31 million to purchase vaccines at market rates. And just to give an example, there's one immunization for respiratory syncytial virus. Providers would need to put up $5,197 just to be able to offer a single dose of the immunization due to the way it's packaged and sold, sit on that inventory, and eventually be reimbursed by an insurance company.
Could you pause for a second?
Yes,
You're reading from a note. I believe you've handed that note out.
I
to
did,
us.
yes.
All right, so we have that information that you're reading into the record.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of people that have commentary that they'd like to
Sure.
Could you bring that to an end? And I think there's a couple of people that have questions.
Sure, I will do my best to do that. And I know some of the healthcare payers are here today, as well as providers, and I was trying to provide an overview of the system. In the end, there's zero financial downside to the existing funding mechanism, provides cost savings to the state, insurance, providers, employers. It also simplifies administrative costs by removing the entire insurance billing process. I'm sure everybody in this room has dealt with the insurance billing process. It decreases financial stress on providers, office staff, and patients. It's been working very well for nearly a quarter of a century, and if it's eliminated, it will return our time, the state to a time before 2002 when it was created. It will not save the state money if it's passed. It will make healthcare more unaffordable for employers and consumers. And ultimately, state employees' funds would also be impacted. So thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Questions?
I have a question.
Oh, your question. Representative Ullery.
Yes.
To summarize, no state funds, no taxpayer funds are going into this.
Correct.
Number two, the funds are, the funding for this association is coming from the providers,
From the payers,
From
the
the
insurance
payers.
companies, yes.
and then they're passing on that charge to the citizens. So it's an indirect tax. Is that correct?
Well, they're actually decreasing costs to their employers because they're purchasing $24 million worth of vaccine at a significant discount. So the total administrative cost for the program is $156,000 a year on a $24 million spend. And that is borne 100% by the insurance companies. And the insurance companies are then able to pass along $7 million worth of savings, which is a much greater number than $156,000, all paid for by the payers.
By the payers.
Correct.
When you say payers, you're talking
Insurance
about
companies.
the insurance companies.
Correct. It helps them keep
But
the
insurance
premiums
companies
lower.
are in business to make money. Where are they getting that money from? Or
So
from where
they
are
would
they
pay
getting
for
that
the
money?
they would pay for the vaccines either way. So if there's no insurance, no New Hampshire Vaccine Association, they would pay for them at a much higher rate. So instead of $24 million a year, they'd be paying $31 million a year minimally. So that $7 million savings is the incentive for all the insurance companies to come together in 2002 to create the association.
And the key question is, who benefits from that $7 million? The insurance company or the purchaser of insurance?
The purchaser of insurance would benefit because it would decrease the premiums. And so if the association goes away, premiums would go up.
In plain devil's advocate,
Sure.
what benefit is it to an insurance company to reduce the amount of money they're charging for their policy when they're saving money through a state mandated organization?
I think I'll let the insurers respond to that because I'm not an insurance company, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I got the question out.
Sure.
But thank you very much for your time, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Mhm. Okay, next I have Andrew Hosmer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Hosmer. I am representing Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, which is the state's largest nonprofit health insurer. I'm here to speak out opposed to this bill in opposition on behalf of Harvard Pilgrim. I will say that the vaccines and the role of the New Hampshire Vaccine Association is an integral part of our overall healthcare fabric in New Hampshire. Harvard Pilgrim is concerned about the abolishing the Children's Vaccine Association and the potential for increased costs to our commercial members. Vaccines for children are currently purchased, as you've heard, in bulk through the association and distributed to providers. Vaccines purchased through the association are purchased at the discounted CDC rate by DHHS. If the providers are required to directly purchase vaccines, they will purchase at a significantly higher rate. There's an approximate 30% difference between the CDC rate and the commercially purchased rate. The higher cost to providers to directly purchase vaccines will result in higher claims costs, and therefore that will be passed along potentially to covered lives and the members of Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. The Children's Vaccine Association is an established cost-saving mechanism. I will point out to a publication from the New Hampshire Insurance Department on August 23rd, 2024, where the commissioner points out that New Hampshire has the lowest average monthly health insurance premiums in the country. He also rightfully pointed out that this has occurred through a collaborative effort between the providers, the insurance companies, and policymakers. So we believe that this New Hampshire Vaccine Association has worked very well, not only for our members and for the state in its entirety, but Also, fiscally, it's worked out quite well because of the rate that the association is able to buy vaccines. I'm happy to take any questions, and just to say once again, Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare is opposed to this bill.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Bolton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you put a handout to all of us, or is there a handout that you?
I have not provided a handout,
okay.
Representative. Thank you for the question. I can certainly put something together and get it forwarded along to the entire committee, perhaps later on this afternoon, if you like.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Representative Bolton.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have, okay, and I see several cards with 5, 6 minutes. Again, I would ask that you try to keep it to 3 minutes and keep in mind the testimony that's already been given, so we're not repeating ourselves. Dr. Christine Arsa.
She's come up at the same time. He has a card on there too.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So. Yep. I'll just introduce myself. My name is Dr. Christine R. Snow. I am a primary care pediatrician here in Concord. My colleagues and I own a small private pediatrics practice. So there have been a lot of sort of speculation about how this will affect small private practices, and we're here to tell you that it will be bad. We oppose this bill.
All right, so I'll be doing most of the talking, I think, and we'll try to keep it brief. My name is Tom Albushies. I grew up in New Hampshire in Laconia. I live in Bow currently. Been practicing, and from training, we went straight to Concord Pediatrics, which is a practice right here in Concord, obviously. We're an independent practice founded in 1961. Many practices in the state, as you know, are now owned by big organizations. We've managed to keep it together and stay private, which I think is a benefit to our 5,000 patients. Dr. Edwards is also a partner. She's here today as well. So just purely just boots on the ground, figure we start with the financial stuff, how it affects our practice directly. So we have a woman who works with us who is a staff member who put together this spreadsheet you see. This was from 2 days ago. This is the cost of our vaccine for our practice as we order it. So currently you can see this is all the vaccines except I believe flu and COVID are not on here. The state price is listed, and next to that is the price for the McKesson, which is our primary vendor that we use. You can see that it's a pretty substantial savings across the board. And just for the record, the boxes typically have 10 doses in them. So you can see that's approximately the cost times 10 of each vaccine, and pretty clearly a pretty large savings for each of those. So for us, exactly for us, so just so you know, I brought this sheet. This is our order that we placed in the month of January. So for our practice, Concord Pediatrics, our order from the state of New Hampshire for vaccines was approximately $333 for the month of January. Had we ordered this privately from McKesson, the cost to us would have been $86,370. So this, just to us personally, this was a $26,000 increase just right here in this 1 month. The other interesting thing I noticed as I was sitting here today is Lisa marked off that 2 of these ones, including our #1 vaccine we give the most doses for infants, actually is not available at McKesson right now. It's out of stock. So it's a secondary problem that we literally have no vendor to get that from, and we would have to somehow figure somewhere else to call around. But just, as I said, I didn't even notice that wasn't something we would even have available to us at the $26,000 increase. So just 3 quick points. You can see as a private practice, we're also a small business. So not only am I concerned about the medical implications of this, I'm very clearly concerned about us as a small business private practice. It's $26,000 increase just in 1 month. The second part of this, which is, I think hasn't been stressed enough, is this bill is supposed to take place in 60 days after it's signed. 60 days, which implies that our practice personally is going to have to come up with $200,000 to order 2 or 3 months of vaccine if we can even get it out of nowhere. I don't know how we're possibly going to come up with $200,000. This is a real threat to small practices like ours. It's a real threat. We don't have $200,000 just that we can go out and buy. I think there's been a lot of talk about the insurance companies. I think I'll just respond to one thing that was said. Ms. Condon in her comment said, this is as close to a direct quote as I could get. private practices negotiate contracts for reimbursement through a very complicated process. That is an understatement. It is a very complicated process. There is zero chance in 60 days that we are going to be able to contact these insurance companies, negotiate all these deals, somehow figure out that how we can get these vaccines at a cheaper cost in the next 1, 2, 3 years. This is a very complicated process. I think everyone can admit to that. And there's just the other part to it is, I'm sure people can relate, what we charge the insurance is not also what we get paid. I hear a lot about what federal law requires. It's always something to get to that. More recently, we've had some insurers not cover checkups. Patients come to the office, oh, their insurance doesn't cover checkup. I thought that was supposed to be covered by federal law. Apparently not for this insurance. There's ways that insurance companies, oh, they came in for an earache, and while you're here, you're behind on this shot. We can give that to you here to save you a visit here, save you a copay, or however it would be. So we put that through insurance. Oh, turns out we're not allowed to do that now, because now our new contract that we negotiated over 2 years says if you give it at an acute visit, you can't charge for it. I mean, this just level of complexity is unbelievable. And the last thing I'm not going to talk too much about was just the increased cost in premiums. I think that there was some talk about saving $7 million in a year to the insurance companies, which then that cost essentially be passed on to buy premiums. As a private small practice, we buy insurance for our practice, and it is our number 2 expense. Rent number 1, health insurance number 2. Every year it goes up 5 or 10%. If they add $7 million in premiums for a practice like ours, it's going to put us up 15%. This is also a tremendous financial strain on small businesses to ask all these people to somehow buy things at a higher rate. Did you have a question, sir?
Well, are you done?
Well, I was just going to summarize, but if I can do that at the end if you prefer.
Yeah, okay. In the interest of time, thank you very much for your information and the direct application to a small business. The question is, if you have an increase in cost of services, who's going to be paying that? Is it going to come out of your pocket, or is it going to come out of the customer's pocket?
So I'm not sure I understand your question. So if we have to buy a vaccine starting in March, let's say, and we have to somehow cobble together $100,000 to get vaccine, who's going to eventually pay for that? So theoretically, we'll be able to, if we, I don't know how, renegotiate these insurance contracts through this very complicated process in the next 2 months, then theoretically we could bill the insurers, and all things being in a perfect world, if we bill Anthem $100 for this, they're going to pay us $100. And I can tell you, just being honest, that's just never how it happens. When we bill for something, we get, well, we believe our industry says that you should be able to get this shot for $93. So we're only going to pay you $93. And we have to call them and say, look, this is our vendor. This is what we can get it for. It's not available at the $93 price. It's only available at the $100 price. So ultimately, we swallow that cost. So then we can't turn around as called balanced billing. We're not allowed to call the patients and say, oops, turns out, we lost $7 when you came in today, so you owe us $7. That's not a thing that we are allowed to do under our current contracts. So ultimately, patients, what causes that increased cost, the insurers have to pay, which then trickles down to higher premiums because they are paying us more, and also costs us more money with money we've lost through paying more up front and through increased costs at the actual level of losing money on the vaccines. Does that answer your question? It's a little complicated.
More than I wanted.
All right, good.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, doctors, for being here today. I think the small business perspective as well as the small practice perspective is a helpful one. I'm wondering, my understanding, and I have a little bit of experience with this, having worked at a dental clinic or work with a dental clinic in my district. I don't know whether you hire a vendor to deal with your insurance company collections, or whether you have somebody on your staff, either part-time or full-time, who does that, who says, okay, we have patient X who came in today, and there's paperwork, there's all of that in terms of filing the claim and then getting reimbursed for your service. I'm wondering if this change were to happen, what kind of impact that would have. I mean, are we talking about, would you have to pay more to a vendor? Would you have to hire a full-time person or a part, what Can you give us an idea of what the expense would be to your
So-
practice?
We have currently a woman on staff who does our billing. And if we were add this extra layer of extra billing, there's no doubt we'd have to at least hire a part-time person. It may be a second full-time person. In terms of the vaccine ordering, as I mentioned, at this point, we don't have to try and call 52 vendors to figure out the least priced one. And so if we have to privately buy each and every vaccine, keep the inventory, find out, that's at least a second person. We currently have someone who at least 50% of her job is just to go through this it seems reasonably straightforward, but of course we try to make no mistakes, of course. So we're very meticulous about how we handle this vaccine and very careful about how we store it and all that stuff. So we are definitely going to have to hire two people at least for this.
And one follow-up, if I may.
If it's quick.
It's
because
really
we
quick.
have a lot of pink cards left here. People are
I
waiting.
understand, Mr. Chair. Just so I understand, currently you deal with one. You're dealing essentially with the Vaccine Association.
Correct.
And you mentioned the term 52. Are there 52 different insurance companies that you would have to deal with under if this change were to?
I don't know if I said that exact number, but there's probably 50 different insurance companies that we have to deal with. Yes. Anthem of New Hampshire is not the same as Anthem of Mass of Texas. And when we're really welcoming people to our practice. We want to take everybody. And so we try to work with each individual one. And trust me when I tell you that it will be a tremendous challenge to manage this. And there's no chance we could do this in 60 days. Zero chance.
Thank you, doctors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Gwendolyn Gladstone.
Regarding vaccine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Gwendolyn Gladstone. I'm a retired pediatrician from Exeter. I started practice in 1978 in what was initially a larger practice, but we eventually had a small private practice. And I just want to give you that historical perspective of what things were like before the vaccine administration. And it was, as has been explained to you, pretty complicated. The point I'd like to make is that putting this kind of a barrier in the way of small practices trying to provide for children will mean that vaccines get delayed because it's just not possible to set up these systems in place quickly enough. And delayed vaccines mean that children don't get vaccinated because many times that's enough of a barrier that families skip the vaccine altogether. And we do not need an outbreak in New Hampshire of any disease, but think of the one that's going on in Texas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico right now. That would require the state's Department of Health and Human Services to respond, and that would cost the state money. So although it would be a policy issue whether children get vaccinated, it's also a fiscal issue for the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you. Kermit Brunel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kermit Brunel. I'm a pediatrician, practiced in New Hampshire from 1990 to 2015. First 10 years with Hitchcock Clinic in Bedford, and then I had my own private practice of solo pediatrics in Bedford. Some of the things that haven't been touched on is what are the costs that are going to be transferred down to the actual patients and parents. If we cannot afford to have vaccine in our office, instead of patients coming in for their well baby checks and then getting their vaccines at the same time before they leave, we would have to ask them to go to your county health department to get your vaccines. For many small practices and in rural areas, this is a reality. They're already doing this, not only in pediatrics, but in family practice. I have licenses in 14 states. I practice all over the country. I fill in for facilities that have a need. So I have a perspective of what happens in other states. And in some places, they have their well baby check. Now you have to make another visit. Now you have to go make an appointment at your county health department to get your shots there. So not only have you transferred a cost that is currently free to the practice, now you're transferring that cost directly to the county health departments. And that will happen here. That will happen in Coos County. That will happen all across the state. So as I have been sitting here, I'm still in my mind, I'm trying to figure out who wants this bill to pass through. I don't understand. If the insurance companies want it, they save money by doing this. If the providers want it and they save money by not allowing this bill to pass through and keep the status quo, that is, of being able to acquire vaccines for free from the state, I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around who do they think is going to save money from this. Certainly it's not the state. In fact, it will actually increase the cost of the state because now it's passed on to the counties, as their health departments are now going to be seeing greater volume of administration of vaccines at the county level. So that's something that hasn't been touched on here. But having a parent come into the office and say, now you have to make another appointment, that's a direct cost to the consumer. That's a direct cost to the parent, that now they have to make a second appointment for a second time out rather than being able to get it all done right here, right now. Yes, vaccines will be delayed, like Dr. Gladstone says. A measles outbreak would be devastating. 20% of the patients in Texas are being admitted to hospital simply because they're sick enough to require rehydration and monitoring and whatnot. So it's a big cost if we have any loss of immunization rate. I did some math as well. Currently, the schedule has 24 vaccines on the schedule for children from birth to 19. This includes all the regularly scheduled vaccines, excluding influenza. At the CDC private pay cost, that's $3,600 per patient. Divide that up into years, that's 1.26 vaccines per year. If the average pediatrician has 2,000 patients in their panel, that's a $226,000 outlay of funds that they would have to do ahead of time to get the vaccine into their office per panel. So if the doctor's office has 2 full-time pediatricians, now you're talking about $500,000 to purchase those for their commercial or patients covered by insurance. So it is a huge cost. It's a barrier to acquiring the vaccine. I will give hopefully a short example. Years ago, before influenza was added to the list of vaccines that was covered by the association, I attempted to buy a few hundred influenza vaccine for my commercial patients. I started asking the vaccine shop what the cost would be. My cost for 100 vaccines was about $2,300. $23 per dose is what it cost me, because I'm not a practice of 5,000 doctors. I'm a practice of 1 doctor. I don't know if you know this, but pharmaceutical companies really don't talk price if there's only 1 doctor buying the vaccine. That's it. They might give Dartmouth-Hitchcock a 15% discount, but they're not going to give me a discount because I'm not buying enough of that vaccine. So there are tiers of discounts that doctors can get. And negotiating with insurance companies, August I started negotiating with Anthem. What's the price you're going to reimburse me at? It's going to cost me $23. Oh, we reimburse at $18. Well, then why am I doing this? It's a disincentive to have vaccines in the office if you think there's going to be a break-even point. So it disincentivizes having vaccines in the office by getting rid of the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. I think that's all I had, but I don't know if you had questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Being none, thank you very much.
Thank you. I did have a short There you go. The last page shows the math, the CDC. That last column on the right shows the vaccines, and at the bottom, the computations for, if you have any questions about those.
Thank you. Angela Boyle.
Good afternoon. My name's Angela Boyle from the DuPont Group, and I'm here this morning to represent the New Hampshire Nurse Practitioners Association. We did go ahead and pass out some testimony from the president of that association, who is also an independent nurse practitioner in Peterborough. There are approximately 2,500 nurse practitioners in New Hampshire. Some practice in healthcare facilities, others practice as co-partners in private small family practices. The nurse practitioners really do thrive in collaborative relationships in the community with organizations like the vaccine associations, as well as the insurance companies. I'll make a few small points because I think everything else has been said. Nurse practitioners are a critical point of access to primary care. They are deeply invested in promoting health and preventing disease through evidence-based science and evidence-based practices. As I think it was Representative Murphy and the other pediatricians here today, the nurse practitioners are extremely concerned with the small business impact that removing the vaccine association would have. As the others had mentioned, the complex process of negotiating vaccines, ordering with the vendors, storing, having to invest in medical grade refrigeration, freezers, things, equipment to actually really store a good amount of those vaccines are a huge burden, will be a burden of cost. The Vaccine Association helps nurse practitioners keep the vaccine chain intact without burdensome cost. Without it, it really does jeopardize the role that the advanced nurse practitioners play in the critical access to primary prevention and primary care. And so, therefore, they are strongly and respectfully asking that this committee move to an expedient to legislate.
Thank you. I guess one question that's come up in my mind, not just from your speech, but others, is that if they have to, you just said they'd have to have refrigeration to store it, but what do they do now? I mean, even, isn't it the same issue?
They can order, as I think somebody had just mentioned, different volumes, and so that they don't have to have these complex refrigeration. And I'm sure there are other providers that could probably give a little bit more information. I'm not a nurse practitioner, I'm a dental hygienist, so,
okay.
But yeah, so I'm not really quite sure, but I do know they have smaller refrigeration.
Okay. Thank you.
If that's helpful.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
What is preventing the small providers such as freestanding advanced RNs from forming their own association?
I think that that would go back to probably to what other people have mentioned, just the administrative burden, being a small practice, having to, like someone had said, try to negotiate discounts when you don't have the volume of ordering.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Polozov, I see you just came in, so I know you probably have other things to do, but let me just say, since I think you weren't here, right? You just came, so I've made the point that we need to stick with the financial aspect only. If you could summarize it quickly, because we are an hour behind already.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the record. My name is Yuri Polozov, representing Merrimack 10, Hooksett, and Dunbarton. Part of the fiscal impact, as we heard, might go through policy. As a member of Health, Human Services, and the Elderly Affairs Committee, majority confirmed that policy is good, no influence on vaccination rates, no influence on epidemics, so no impact on measles outbreak, and no fiscal impact from that, because majority of states that don't have those monopolies, they do just fine on average with vaccination rates, so no correlation here. You heard about 7.5 million fiscal impact, but that number was not correctly estimated. First of all, as you heard previously, there's intensive negotiations involved before you know the final pricing. So those tables that you saw, those are not final prices. Second, we can see on outcome. What is outcome in majority of states that don't have this monopoly? Do they have significantly larger health insurance premiums? No, you never heard that New Hampshire have low health insurance premium, people are crushed by having to pay so much. So there's no significant differences. So states without this monopoly doing just fine. Where money go, although you had not so much money, but if we go see how money go, then New Hampshire Vaccine Association, the majority of work is actually done in the Department of Health and Human Services, and the rest they actually outsource to other company for administration, and then the leadership of New Hampshire Vaccine Association is being hired by the company that administers is. So there's some conflict of interest and money flow. And what's happening on the part of DHHS, they say it's free for state, but we have those people, they're staffing, they're working under Biden administration. They were on some federal grants, but if Anthony Fauci and his team were happy to pay our state for whatever shot they administer to our kids, even COVID shot that is not needed and not effective for kids. But what happened now that another team in White House, those funds will run out and we will have to cover the bill. So thank you for hearing, and please get rid of this ineffective monopoly with taxing authority.
You need to. Thank you very much. Dr. Alexandra de Blasio Bonescio.
Doctors and their signatures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dr. Alexandra de Blasio Bonescio. I live in Hampton Falls. I'm here as a citizen, but I would like to make clear that my day job as a pediatrician, that I oversee the care for over 16,000 children in our state. I strongly urge you to mark this as an inexpedient bill to move forward. And I think we all agree this has nothing to do with whether or not we're immunizing. This is about how we fund it. And I think we hopefully have all heard that the New Hampshire Vaccine Association is no cost to the state, and keeping or repealing it will not reduce the tax burden for the people in this state. What repeal will do is make it much harder and more expensive to take care of children in our state at all levels, the insurers, the providers, the families. The immunizations, as you've heard, will be much more expensive. And I just want to make clear, there is no buying group in this country that has the power of our federal Vaccine for Children program, which buys at least 50% of the vaccines in the country through the Medicaid program. There's no one who's bigger than that. So this association that can tap into that buying power is a beautiful gem for our state. I want to bring it down to the family level because I've heard that question come up. How will this impact our families? This will mainly, biggest impact the families who have fluctuating income. This is really your independent business people, people who do, you know, the landscaping and the snow plowing, who run the restaurants and any of the tourist related services where there's fluctuation throughout the year. These are the families that sometimes have private insurance and sometimes have Medicaid and sometimes have no coverage. They go back and forth. These are the families that ask, how much is that vaccine going to cost? And I can say to them, it's actually of no cost to you. And that is a beautiful thing to be able to say to people. And those are the families who will have the biggest impact when you bring it down to the very ground level. And these are the the vaccines. There's a lot of cost about vaccines. The range is basically $25 for a flu shot and $500 for an RSV vaccine and a lot in between. When you bring it down to that RSV vaccine, which is pretty expensive, you've got a newborn family, they're struggling with their bills, and they ask how much this is to add on a layer of economic decision on top of a newborn who may or may not get sick with this disease and may or may not end up on a ventilator. That seems such an unfair burden to them to have to place this upon them. And I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen a young infant in respiratory distress who's struggling to breathe and then on a ventilator. It's awful. Why would we have to have families make that choice based on finances? They can choose whatever they want, but why make it a financial decision for them? That just seems really wrong. So I ask you to not take away the choice of families to be able to vaccinate or not vaccinate their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quick question?
Very quick question. Doctor, you may be in a perfect position to answer this question. There have been academic studies, I presume, to indicate what has happened to children who were on ventilators early in their life and the impact later on?
You're going to have more lung problems. You're going to have more IQ problems.
If you could speak up, ma'am.
Sorry, you will have more lung problem, more higher rates of lung problems and higher rates of intellectual dysfunction.
And is there a cost to that?
Yeah, I think we see where this is going. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
You're correct.
If I didn't have another 10 pink cards, we could keep going. Okay. Martha Gilman.
Hi, I'm Martha Gilman. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Committee. I am a dual certified family physician and osteopathic manipulative specialist. And although I don't currently practice family medicine, I am a patient at a practice that does direct primary care where they patients be paid to be part of the practice and they don't take insurance. This practice in particular, Dr. Jen Holzinger down in Hooksett, Maple Family Practice, she provides vaccines for at least 2 other direct primary care offices in the state, and she would not be able to do that without the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. And the other thing that I wanted to point out is that for the littlest, the most vulnerable population, those children who are less than 3 years old, they do not have the option to go to a pharmacy to get vaccinations. I just wanted to make sure that was clear as well. You know, you think, oh, if I need a flu shot, I can just go to the pharmacy. That's not an option for children less than 3 years old. And so again, reducing their access to the vaccination, the majority of vaccinations that children get. Thank you. That's all I have to share.
Thank you. Carlene Ferrari.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Carlene Ferrier, and just a little background on me. I've been a nurse for 36 years and primarily 30 years taking care of the people of New Hampshire. I'm speaking today on behalf of the New Hampshire Nurses Association, which represents 1,250 nurses. And my goal today is to give you the nurses or clinicians' perspective as to how this bill, which we oppose, would impact our daily activities.
Can I stop you for a minute? It sounds like the way you're starting, that's a policy thing, how it would impact. We're a second committee, Ways and Means. We're only dealing with financial. So if you could keep your comments to the
I
financial
understand,
side.
sir. Yes, I will.
Thank you.
I'll just get right to the point, okay? The fact that eliminating the vaccine program will cost the state and families in New Hampshire multiple ways. Currently, 212 provider sites and 95 payers participate in the program, allowing leveraging purchases directly from the CDC, resulting in a 29.9% discount. Contributing funds from the federal vaccine program for children means that all children are treated equally, regardless of insurance status. And all children will be provided the same recommended vaccine schedule. This is invaluable to nurses, doctors, clinicians, and office staff. When children come in for their well child checkups, there are so many important developmental milestones to assess and much anticipatory guidance to be provided in a noticeably short visit. It would be impractical and poor use of a clinician's time to spend it trying to figure out which vaccines are covered by insurance or what the family can afford. This does not account for the massive administrative burden associated with developing contracts between providers, insurance companies, billing, upfront vaccine costs, delay reimbursement, and local supply issues. Rather than a monopoly, the New Hampshire Vaccine Association is one important piece of the puzzle that ensures New Hampshire's children receive preventable vaccines on time, regardless of insurance coverage. Having worked in primary care at Lamprey Healthcare early in my career, I recognize the importance of vaccine in maintaining the health of our children. I also understand the resources needed to maintain a safe, effective vaccine program. Healthcare providers are overburdened as it is with administrative costs. Let us safeguard their valuable time and expertise by allowing them to focus on providing quality healthcare rather than adding administrative burdens by eliminating the vaccine association.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amy Watson.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, and for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Amy Watson. I'm a pediatrician and a small private practice owner in Concord. I am strongly opposing this bill, which will devastate private medical practices like mine, financially burden New Hampshire families, and provide no benefit to the state budget. I want to be really clear. Dismantling the NHVA will not save the state any money. You've heard this a few times, so I'm going to try to keep my points to things that haven't been said yet. Currently, you've heard from a few people that the NHVA cost the state roughly $941,000. So I'll speak on that. The New Hampshire Immunization Program, which is run by the DHHS, that's their budget, $941,000. And it is paid for federal grants from the CDC. This program exists regardless of what happens with the NHVA. So repealing the NHVA is not going to get rid of that bill, even if the government makes cuts to these CDC grants. So we're not going to save the state money there. And if the House Bill 524 passes, the bill itself also details that the state will lose approximately $194,000 in fiscal year 2026. So again, rather than saving money, repealing the NHVA is going to cost the state. We've talked a lot about how New Hampshire families are going to pay more for vaccines ultimately with the passage of this bill, mainly via increasing insurance premiums. Another point that hasn't been mentioned is administration fees for vaccines. So currently, medical practices, we receive vaccines free of cost. We administer them free of cost. Some practices will charge families an administration fee per vaccine that they give, so between $20 and $50. I think ultimately most practices are not charging that because there isn't a cost to them to give these vaccines. But if practices are forced to purchase vaccines privately, you can bet that they're going to start charging those administration fees. So at certain well checks, children get 3 or 4 vaccines. That could be up to $200 additional. That was unexpected. regardless of the fact that this is preventative care. In addition to the upfront cost to medical practices, that's been talked about a lot, so I'm not going to go through those details much. It has been mentioned that states who don't have similar programs are doing just great, and that's probably true, but it's a very different story to start off without a vaccine administration like the NHVA, as opposed to dismantling a really effective, efficient program. That's going to have a huge, devastating impact on your practices. So if we never had one, it would probably be fine, but we do, and it's been around for 23 years, and getting rid of it is going to be a huge problem for multiple practices, especially the smaller ones that give families choices in their healthcare. Another point that hasn't been touched on quite as much is, in addition to all of this major administrative burden that practices and insurance companies will face, it takes at least 30 to 90 days to get reimbursed by insurance companies, and 5 to 10% of claims will be denied or underpaid. So there are going to be net losses for practices, in addition to the things that have already been talked about. Contrary to testimony given today and before the House on March 6th, there is no MSRP for vaccines. This is just not true. We must pay the listed retail price, which is set by the manufacturers. Only large hospital-based organizations and bulk purchasers like the NHVA have this bargaining power to negotiate lower rates. So small private practices like mine and others, we have zero leverage. We must pay full price for each dose. And then finally, another point that hasn't quite been touched on is that the added financial strain on these practices may force some of us to close. So my practice might be one of those. I am a single member pediatrician. I don't have any staff. If I have to pay for vaccines and hire staff to do all of the reimbursement and billing, I will absolutely go out of business or not be able to provide vaccines to my patients, neither of which is a great option. This will also limit families' healthcare choices and access to pediatric primary care. So just overall, this is such an incredibly efficient, cost-effective system, and it ensures universal vaccine access without setting policy. So please oppose House Bill 524 and represent the people of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next I have Vic, what's it? Vic Head Betty. I'm sure I butchered that, but or Viking. I don't know. I can't. Headberry.
You ought to hear the clerk with the chairs me.
Thank you for letting me. Thank you for letting me speak, and I'm sorry about struggling with my name. Everybody does. My name's Nick Parancevich. I'm a retired general surgeon. I think I put 1 minute there, and if I go over, cut me off, please.
Thank you.
It wasn't what I was planning to see, but hearing these young pediatricians and their small practices. I was in a private practice 3 times, including a 2-person practice, and negotiating with insurance companies when you're a 2-person, even surgical practice, which makes more money than it is very difficult. And when someone says their practice would close, you better believe them with this situation, in my opinion. I wanted to I love reading 18th century American history. And this whole dilemma on this reminds me of 2 episodes. One, exactly 300 years ago in Boston, massive smallpox epidemic. We didn't have vaccinations then, we had inoculations, which Great Britain didn't believe in. You know, it was something they practiced in Africa for hundreds of years. But there was a doctor there named Boylston Street, who wanted to inoculate everybody. Who's going to pay for this? That was the question. And he got a minister named Cotton Mather to go along with it against the minister's church, because it was England. They didn't believe in this inoculation thing. And they pulled it off. And a lot more people survived in Boston 300 years ago because of that. Flash forward 50 years later, And you all know that in about 30 days plus one, we're going to be celebrating the 250th anniversary of this country, right? It all started in Concord, not this Concord, but down the road. And soon after, Washington was the named general, and soon after, he wanted to inoculate the soldiers. Couldn't pull it off. Couldn't get the funding from the Colonial Congress because it required time, money, downtime, major league downtime, because you got inoculated, 5 or 10% of your soldiers died, but that was better than 50, 60% from the smallpox. So he struggled, we struggled, the war struggled, Valley Forge happens, 6 months of downtime. He gets funding for this. He has the downtime. He inoculates the entire army. We're a country here because that worked. Most historians feel that his insisting that we inoculate the troops and public to some extent is why we won that battle. We won the revolution because of that. So, you know, this is never going to be cost effective because you gotta have everybody inoculated or vaccinated. Everybody's got to do it. You got to get that herd immunity. The English believe.
Excuse me. You
1
asked
minute?
to interrupt you after 1 minute. I gave you
Can you
almost.
give me 30 seconds?
Almost 3. Sure.
30 seconds and I'll be done. But anyway, that worked. But it's never cost effective. And another example, just going back 40 years ago, during the Reagan administration, there was a comment made that private industry can not only make the vaccines and make a profit and distribute the vaccines. That's never been true. During the Reagan administration, there were so many lawsuits for vaccine. They didn't want to produce the vaccine. It wasn't cost effective because of the liability involved. Maybe that wasn't true 300 years ago. But so there were laws passed to make that possible. So this is just history repeating itself. And I agree. I don't understand why this group would want to pass something like this, especially if you're not going to be saving the state government a lot of money and closing practices. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Any questions?
Next, I have Sabrina Dunlap. Sure. What's his name? Chun Yun.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Chris Kennedy. I represent Centene and Better Health Plans. I want to thank Ms. Dunlap for the professional courtesy. I also just want to note that was exactly the kind of testimony I would have expected to hear from a retired surgeon. I want to thank the doctor for that history lesson. That was excellent. I am going to be really brief, 90 seconds, and you can hold me to it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Centene fulfills an interesting role in the state. We really are serve two product lines. One is in the Medicaid Managed Care program as a Medicaid Managed Care organization, serving approximately 70,000 lives in the state Medicaid program. The other is as a commercial insurer, serving 25,000 lives exclusively in the individual market. So we have a track record of serving historically underserved populations. We are one of the 91 payers that participate and welcome participation in the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. And we do so because it is a benefit to, yes, insurance carriers, because it's a benefit to our consumers. It's also a benefit to providers, and it's a win-win-win for New Hampshire. It is a cost-effective approach that ensures access to important medicines for our members, 50% of which on Medicaid are children. And so it's critically important that we maintain this valuable purchasing agreement. I will say this, it's one of the most important public-private partnerships that we have in New Hampshire. In addition to getting the benefit from the reduced negotiated rate as an insurer, we also have the benefit on the Medicaid side of the equation of not having to maintain the network or adjudicate the claims, which is an added administrative cost savings, not only to us, but to our members across our products. So I will leave it at that, but I will just again echo, I will also note that when I signed up, I noticed that I think Mr. Hosmer, Ms. Dunlap, I think Cigna signed up opposed. It's a rarity that you find that the entire commercial insurance industry is in, as far as I can tell, uniform agreement with the provider community. And I think that sends a salient message. So I hope you'll recognize that and appreciate it. I'll conclude my testimony with that, Mr.
Thank you. That was 91 seconds, but good enough. What?
Just a real quick question. Is there anything preventing the insurance companies from setting up this type of organization amongst themselves?
I don't think we would do it amongst ourselves, Representative. As has been mentioned in prior testimony, we do negotiate with manufacturers and providers for the access to vaccinations and to other medications. But as far as I can tell, this is the most cost-effective manner to do that. And it's a New Hampshire solution, and it's a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Do we need a question? Well,
I got a
one
question
more
for you.
question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Trying to evade the hard ones.
I actually had you at 32 seconds over, but that's close enough.
All right.
So is the New Hampshire Vaccine Association willing to save $2.6 million of the money spent on COVID shots, which are not vaccines? Because that's one of the big pushbacks I'm hearing on this deal.
You know, Representative, I would have to defer to Mr. Miller or others that would be better informed to answer that question. That's not my...
Are they here?
I believe they testified earlier, yes.
Okay, well, good. Maybe we can bring them back up at some point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sabrina Dunlap.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for letting me give that professional courtesy.
Sure.
And thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sabrina Dunlap. I'm Senior Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield in New Hampshire. I'm here today to speak in opposition to HB 524. I will be brief. I'll try not to repeat what has already been said. Just want to touch on a few points. Obviously, the Vaccine Association has been around for a long time. This is not some new system we have to figure out. It is well established, it's efficient, it's effective. It's an effective mechanism for buying and administering childhood vaccines. I also want to note that health insurance carriers, among other things, we like stability and predictability. And the Vaccine Association results in greater predictability and stability in our pricing for childhood vaccines. And this bill would do away with both of those things. And as has been noted, without the Vaccine Association, childhood vaccines would become yet another piece of our current negotiations with providers. And I think those negotiated prices would most likely be higher than what we pay now because the vaccines could not be purchased in bulk at a discounted rate. And so that will lead to higher costs for those vaccines that will then lead to higher premiums for our members and higher costs for employers in New Hampshire. And that would be across all markets, fully insured and self-insured. And I'll just wrap up. Passing this bill and doing away with the current system of the Vaccine Association would be really disruptive for providers, for carriers, for our members, for the employer groups who get their insurance through Anthem. We do not see any upside in this disruption, and we hope that the Vaccine Association will be able to continue to function as it has for the past 20 plus years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Ulrey.
You said that without this program, you could not buy in bulk. Is that because you have to be associated with the state agency to get the CDC discount, or how does that work?
Thank you for the question. I believe that is correct. That it's DHHS that is able to get that discounted pricing.
Just follow up, sorry. So, in very broad strokes, the way it works is that the state has its DHHS. That is the negotiating point under name, whereas the various insurance companies are negotiating and pulling and saying we can get it for this and yeah, blah blah, until you come up with the great negotiator comes up with some pricing. Is that correct?
I don't think that is correct. I think perhaps Patrick or others could speak to the mechanics, but I believe that the commercial carriers are not actually part of the negotiations about pricing. But we enjoy the benefits of the discounted pricing that is received. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we have Kathy Stratton. That's fine. Still 4 more.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Stratton. I am the CEO of the Medical Society, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Medical Society. Thank you for hearing our testimony. The New Hampshire Medical Society is speaking today in opposition of House Bill 524. We represent over 2,000 physicians living and practicing in the Granite State. Our members, insurers, clinician partners, and the many patients who treat urge you to examine the collateral impact that this bill would have on both the state and healthcare businesses. In previous submissions, we've detailed the importance and successes of the current funding administrative model. In this testimony, we'll address the economic impact of House Bill 524.
Excuse me, Ms. Stratton.
Yes.
Are you planning on reading your
No.
document?
No, just summarizing.
Okay.
Thank you. So I want to spotlight some of the physician testimony that we've heard. The New Hampshire Vaccine Association enables the state to, I'm so sorry. My apologies. The New Hampshire Vaccine Association enables the state and commercial payers to pool resources and buy immunizations at 30% discounts. With 12,000 children born each year in New Hampshire, eliminating the New Hampshire Vaccine Association would result in an estimated $14 million increase in costs over an 18-year period, or approximately $780,000 annually, borne by both the state and the private insurers. I also want to spotlight the administrative costs are likely to increase due to inefficiency of replacing the model. That independent pediatric and family medicine practices would be severely impacted without the vaccine association. The proposed changes would require a massive administrative overhaul and at the state level, leading to additional costs and inefficiencies. I want to conclude today by just highlighting workforce challenges and the impact this would have to that. And we urge you to consider this as a consequence of the bill as well. Repealing the New Hampshire Vaccine Association would increase barriers to vaccination, driving up costs and potentially undermining the stability of our healthcare system. This sends cautionary messages to younger medical professionals, potentially discouraging them from pursuing careers in primary care and pediatrics. We strongly encourage you to vote ITL and HB 524, sending the message that New Hampshire values its children, its healthcare providers, and its future. Thank you for your time and the consideration of this testimony.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Seeing no questions.
Thank you.
Nick Paranisvicia. You already spoke. You came up. Thank you. Now we're down to 3 speakers. Lacey Fehrenbach.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Lacey. I am a New Hampshire native, born and raised in Auburn. I am here representing myself, and I am opposed to this bill, like pretty much everyone else in this room. And I will be saying something new. I am going to be speaking just as a New Hampshire resident and a taxpayer about how frustrating it is to see a program that we need, that was put in place to fill a need, that is doing good things for New Hampshire families. No one wants it gone, and for some reason we're having this meeting right now to discuss getting rid of it. In no way will it benefit anybody. In no way... Yeah, actually, the insurance companies don't even want this. I'm not so sure why we're discussing taking away vaccine availability from New Hampshire families and handing over the ability to take care of that to Big Pharma. I feel like this is a country and a state that really values the state having a say in what its residents get
in the programs that its residents have. And I don't think it's a good idea to hand over a state-run program to companies that can decide how much they want to charge us for different things. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Colleen Smith. Actually, I should. Well, okay. I just noticed your DHHS. I should have gone to. That's fine though. There's one other person to speak.
We can defer if you
Okay.
like.
Why don't we just go to the one other? Sorry about that. Louise Spencer. Hi.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the committee for taking my testimony. My name is Louise Spencer. I'm from Concord, and I am here representing myself, but also speaking on behalf of the many people who are part of the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy organization. And the prior speaker really makes the point for me that I wanted to make, which is that the public is paying attention and the public is informed, and they have every right to have their voices be heard and counted here. And to have a prior speaker explain away the numbers on the website as people who oppose this bill just not understanding is really not consistent with our experience at Kent Street. Right now, those numbers stand as 194 in support and 1368 opposed. And when we send out an action alert to folks, we have a healthcare working group. That working group is made up of providers and others who are very invested in following healthcare. They then send us recommendations that then we put out to members of the public to act on the information if they so choose to do. So, you know, these numbers on the website cannot just be discounted as a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about. The average person does not need to know every single detail about the fiscal implications of a bill to know that it has bad fiscal implications, and their voices should count and should matter. So I had to make that point as someone who works very closely helping to educate the public about various issues and giving them the tools they need to take action and to speak to their representatives and those of you who represent the public. So thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, now DHHS, Colleen Smith.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Abby Rogers. I'm the legislative liaison for the Division of Public Health Services. I'm joined here by Colleen Smith, who's the bureau chief for the Bureau of Infectious Disease Control. We are opposed to HB 524.
What we'd like to tell you today is that HB 524 is a step backwards. It unnecessarily upends the successful, efficient, and innovative partnership that has effectively served New Hampshire families for over 20 years. Commercial insurers will lose access to highly competitive bulk purchasing and will pass these costs on to consumers and healthcare providers. In a time of limited state resources and tightening budgets.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to stop you for a second. Are you reading the document you passed out?
So I'm sorry, I'll get to our highlights.
Yeah, if you could just highlight,
Sure.
That'd be great.
So what we want to focus on is that this will cost the state more money. As mentioned, the state has the buying power from combining the federal Vaccine for Children's Fund with the funds that are reimbursed to the state from the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. This amount is about $24 million projected in state fiscal year 26 through 28. We want to highlight that there will be a fiscal impact should 524 be enacted. This is because this will impact our emergency response, public health emergency response. Should the state have to purchase vaccines for insured children as part of a public health emergency response, there's no mechanism to do that without an appropriation. So with that, the state would request, or the department would request, an appropriation of $100,000 to $150,000 to be prepared for a public health emergency. The department would also want to acknowledge that with a tight turnaround, if this bill were enacted, we do project our flu vaccines in the spring of each year. So that amount would be due in the fall when the vaccine is actually received. So we're actually doing that forecasting and ordering with the CDC at this time of year. So we would request, if this bill were to move forward, that another additional year would be added to an effective date. Also, to the end of educating providers on the changes of this, we would anticipate there would be an educational component and would request a part-time staff person for the first year to help roll this out. As was expressed, this would be a big change to medical providers, and to instruct providers that they would have to maintain separate inventories of not only vaccine procured through the Vaccine for Children program and their privately insured inventories. That would be a learning curve that we would feel would need to have some time and education component. So finally, just in closing, to echo what has been said many times this morning and this afternoon, is that we do think that this has been proven to be a successful partnership, has reduced costs for New Hampshire, and also has protected children from many preventable diseases. We would be concerned that immunizations would be less accessible and therefore put our children at risk for diseases that are past diseases such as measles, polio, and other highly vaccine preventable diseases. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Any questions of DHHS? Representative Orrs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. As I asked earlier, one of the big pushbacks I'm hearing about this program is money for COVID shots. Do you folks do flu shots and COVID? We know you do COVID shots. Are you willing to give up $2.6 million to keep this program?
So as far as flu and COVID shots, those are offered through the Vaccine for Children's program. As far as the privately insured children, with this bill, I don't know that we could separate having different access to vaccines for insured and uninsured children.
Follow up. So the concern with people that don't agree with you is that we're spending $2.6 million for COVID shots. They're not vaccines. Are you willing to kill that part of the program to save the rest of this, which I think, in my opinion, sounds from the testimony like it's worth saving, but a lot of people are going to vote against for 2.6 million. They're going to vote against COVID shots.
So just to reiterate, it would be a parent or guardian's choice to request that vaccine, and then the mechanism for payment, that is all orchestrated through the relationship, either through the Vaccine for Children's program or through the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. It's not costing directly to the state's general fund for that vaccine.
Who's purchasing the funds? Who's purchasing the COVID shots? This program? You're not answering my question. I'm not trying to make it difficult. I mean, from all the testimony I hear, right now I'm in favor of keeping the program, with the exception of $2.6 million being spent on COVID shots that a lot of people that are fighting to eliminate your program say the COVID shots don't work, they're dangerous. We can't be sure. Are you
Chairman,
willing
is
to
there,
save?
is there a question, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I
I'm
think
asking the question. The question is, are you willing to save, again, for the third time, $2.6 million to save this program?
So, unfortunately, I'm not going to comment. I don't know the ins and outs of the $2.6 million that you're speaking of right now. So I cannot comment on that.
Follow up, please.
one follow-up.
So what if the cost is $2 million? It doesn't matter what the cost is, whether it's 2 million, 2.6 million, 3 million, $1.5 million.
I think it's a policy. I think the issue here is it's a policy question now. It's
Very
something we
good.
need to
Thank you.
resolve. Yeah. Representative Ulrich.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of, if you don't mind. And first of all, so you know where I'm coming from. I'm one of those kids that got a little scratchy up here the first time that was issued, which was a bit of a risk for polio. If you remember, it was withdrawn from the market almost immediately because it was giving kids polio. Didn't happen, hopefully. Maybe not. And the second thing is, my understanding of agency operation is not to be for or against anything, but rather the implications of what the bill does. What is the cost to the state to operate the fund right now? Personnel costs, negotiation costs, backroom costs.
So thank you for that question. I know there have been a few different numbers that have been tossed around as far as what it does truly cost the state. So in fairness to understand is that there is a federal vaccine for children program that the state runs that is all federally funded. We do receive a grant to administer that. There's much duplicity in efforts because we're dealing with the same providers that also handle the uninsured versus insured children. So there's duplicity in their efforts. We do have staff people that handle both programs. And so it has been stated that it's not going to eliminate positions by taking this relationship away with that the New Hampshire vaccine has with the state, is that those positions are still needed because they're administering the duplicate work of the federal vaccine for children's program, which we receive a federal grant to administer.
Follow up. What would it cost the state if the grant were to go away?
If it would cost the state, it would cost the state. We would have to definitely put those numbers together because it's not, I guess, not cut and dry because we might have to streamline functions that are part of our relationship with CDC that we have through the purchasing program that might not necessarily be available. So we could estimate those numbers should the committee request that information.
The reason I ask is you just indicated that there were duplicative operations doing exactly the same thing by exactly the same people for twice the cost.
I'm sorry, just to reiterate. So if we have one person that's responsible for vaccine accountability, they are dealing with the same provider and receiving orders, the same order that's inclusive of vaccine for uninsured and insured children. So it's basically, it's not additional work. It's the same work with the same person.
Just a couple.
Follow up.
Yeah, and to address the question of COVID shots, that's not a vaccine. It's just a shot. Vaccines have, under the definition of it, the question is, do you guys have, you guys being the state or HHS or the association, do they mandate those or that in response to a request for? How does the vaccine get into the COVID shot get into New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question. The New Hampshire Vaccine Association, in cooperation with the Insurance Department and the Department of Health and Human Services, adopts recommendations from the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices for the list of childhood immunizations that's requested for providers. So those orders are placed based on those recommendations of what the state state families may request if they opt to seek vaccinations for their children, whether they be standard vaccinations, flu, or vaccinations for COVID-19. None of the vaccinations are mandated under the program for the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. They are optional immunizations that are sought by parents. I just wanted to clarify that this has nothing to do with school or childcare requirements. The department does not require COVID or flu for school requirements or entry to childcare, just to clarify that for the committee.
Thank you for that blue chart. It kind of laid out the operations of that. And the final question, Mr. Chair, is this is being called a very efficient and effective operation, except you just said that there was already one in place. So it looks to me like we've got two organizations doing the same thing. I still don't understand how you've got the within the DHHS, you've got administration of the Vaccine Association and the negotiation at one point, and then you've got the federal mandate, which may or may not change within the next couple of weeks, depending upon what Secretary Kennedy does. That I don't understand why we have two programs doing the same thing.
So just to clarify, it's not two programs. It's two sets of children that are, because of the way they're insured, that it's handled through the same mechanisms. When a provider orders vaccine, they don't have to determine, am I ordering vaccine for an uninsured children or insured children? They're ordering vaccine for all of the children in their practice. So it's all going, those orders are all going to the same person at DHHS who is handling those. It's not separate processes. The accounting might be separate in the back end, but as far as the day-to-day mechanics of it, it's handled by the same person. So that person, whether or not we had only uninsured children that we were dealing with, that person would still have that same job function.
Thank you for the clarification there.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Was there one? Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. One more question.
Yeah, sorry.
This
In your
will be the
written
last
testimony, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your written testimony, I just want to confirm this is correct, that in the partnership with New Hampshire Vaccine Association saves New Hampshire 30% annually on immunization for the privately insured children, and the administrative costs are less than 1% and 100%.
Actually, I'm going to interrupt you.
Yep.
You actually testified on the bill,
Oh,
so
okay,
you
so I
shouldn't be
can't-
asking
okay, sorry.
questions. And next time, you should be sitting out in the. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, I ended up with one more pink card here, and Douglas Phelan. If you could, again, keep your comments just to what's new, because we're almost 2 hours behind schedule.
Thank you,
Not
Mr.
that
Chair.
that's your fault.
I promise I will be, I'm also fighting against the ruthless efficiency of the Concord parking enforcement, so I'll be very brief. Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Douglas Vale, and I'm a full-time practicing family physician in Wyndham and a resident in Salem. I'm here today speaking on behalf of two entities. As president of the New Hampshire Academy of Family Physicians and my practice, DMC Primary Care, the largest primary care organization in New Hampshire, caring for roughly 100,000 patients. We all speak in full opposition of HB 524. I'm not going to belabor it unless there's questions afterwards, but in economics, we might be familiar with the concept of a public good, something non-excludable and non-rivalrous. I can go into that more, but vaccines are both, and in this case, I'm going to talk about vaccination as a public good. And the NHVA was created to help guarantee the administration is widely feasible and most cost efficient. In all my years of testifying to our New Hampshire House and Senate, albeit never in this committee, this has to my eyes, this is a unicorn. I have not seen a singular nexus of trying to solve a problem that does not exist without any replacement plan whatsoever. It simply seeks to demolish. Since this is ways and means, I would ask what improvement the authors and proponents want out of NHVA in terms of financial efficiency. In 2024, you will find that the operating expenses were 0.84% of their assessment income. Anything under 1% is outstanding. For the members of this committee, the next part is critical. In 2024, 40% of the program was funded through VFC, Vaccines for Children. 60% was commercial. If the responsibilities of NHVA are shifted to primary care offices like mine, those offices would have to bring that 60% of commercial assessments together from greater than 90 other payer programs. That's daunting for a hospital. It would be majorly disruptive for my practice. You've heard from single doctors about how difficult that would be. In Salem, Mr. Chair, think about Dr. Corby, think about our dearly missed Dr. Romanowski. The introducing author, Representative Granger, yielded the introductory testimony before the HHS committee, and indeed today, to an advocacy director for a national anti-vaccination organization. And it's important to the work of this committee to understand a few things. It's revealing that the testimony led off not talking about NHVA, but more broadly stating, and I quote, "I do not believe that DHHS should be in the business of buying and selling vaccinations for commercially insured children." Let that sink in. I read the bill. It's very brief. DHHS is not part of the text. I am compelled, as this is our first public opportunity, to address statements that are germane to Ways and Means made on the floor by Representative Kofalt. I think you will find them informative. Many of the concerns of whether NHVA is required or not by law to comply with New Hampshire right to know law, or whether or not they post Zoom meeting links, are not introduced in HB 524 at all. So if the issue is transparency, why were they not part of the law? Or was the issue really not transparency? Second, proponents brought up a study from the journal Vaccine in 2018. You may have a copy available. If not, I will leave a copy behind. It's been brought up numerous times to try to show that states that don't have universal purchasing have the same outcomes in terms of vaccination rates as the few that do. They're trying to show that it's non-inferior in terms of vaccine delivery, that by getting rid of the NHVA, you won't lose vaccination rates. But this study is not for that. It doesn't show something that's never existed. What happens when you take away a universal purchasing program? We can't use scientific studies to show things that they did not study. The use of that study is not appropriate in this application. Furthermore, there was an indication that insured children will find that the Affordable Care Act mandates vaccination coverage at 100%. But earlier in the testimony on the floor, you'll find that there were questions about NHVA's ability to use statutory authority to compel insurances to provide assessments, concern that this is levying a tax. So it begs the question, if commercial payers are already required to cover these immunizations at 100% by federal law, how is the NHVA levying a tax? It's a federal mandate. Proponents cite that you've heard the MSRP argument. I also have with me, and will leave behind a copy, a report from Kaiser Family Foundation in 2020. I will summarize the quote, but basically, you're never going to know the private discussions because they are non-revealable about what those types of price concessions are for pharmaceutical products. So yes, there are deliberations. You've heard that those deliberations are graded depending upon how large of a practice you are. Very difficult, nigh on impossible for single doctor practices, potentially easier for hospital health systems. Lastly, an argument that has not been made or presented is that currently the state avoids having to pay the Medicaid managed care organizations the usual 10% administrative fee that is paid for any billed services under Medicaid, since vaccines are purchased through the NHVA and offered for free. I believe fall to the state budget. That would be an increase in cost. Please trust us when I say that I would love to be seeing patients right now. Please trust us when I say I know our vocation, caring for patients, and as a privately employed physician, know that in service of patients, we know our business. You've heard from scores of us. And I would make the case to all of you, to our House, to our Senate, to our governor, this is only going to send a shockwave through pediatric vaccine delivery mechanisms in the state of New Hampshire. I hope that that's not what we're trying to do. It is worded. We have to consider just what the wording of the bill is. It's not about what choice of vaccine, which vaccine. It is simply to disband this rather quickly. And because of that, we urge this to be inexpedient to legislate. And I'm happy to handle any questions that you have.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on HB 524. Now, given that it's 125. I think we're going to try to exec this bill shortly. Rather than coming back in an hour or something like that, I think we'll just get this done. But I'll give everyone 2 or 3 minutes if you need to use the restroom. And nothing. Yeah. No, we're just going to exec it. You probably would like to get to lunch at some point today. We will get started. And I'm noticing a couple people from the last hearing, and this will be an exec on 728, not 524. So I'm going to open the exec session on HB 728 and recognize Representative Ullery for a motion.
I move retain.
Do I have a second? Bill.
I'll defer to my senior member.
Representative Orrs seconds it. Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
There are a lot of moving parts going on right now. Besides the budget itself, the governor's budget, and the governor's position, the Senate's position. By retaining this bill at this point, it gives the House a bill that we can do in to zap in at the beginning of next year if we decide we want to disagree with what happens over the next couple of months.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I have an amendment which I had made to this and which I've distributed to everybody. The main thing it does is to provide a chart for a plan for a problem gaming program, because the original bill does not. It says we'll give this amount of money. I think it specified money to the problem gaming program, and it says virtually nothing about what the problem gaming program would be doing. This is something that comes from my colleague here, who is substituting, who was on the gaming commission, and a very important part of the gaming commission last summer. So I'd like to pass over to him.
Representative Ames.
Well, first, I support the idea of, and I think it's a motion now, to retain.
Yes.
So just start with that. And I think the amendment that Representative Almy just spoke of has important provisions in the that relate to this matter, and I'm sure that various of us will be engaged in discussions with the Finance Committee and with the Senate, if I may mention that name, as we go forward and try to figure out a good answer to the video lottery terminal question that these bills are all addressing. And one aspect of the amendment that I just want to mention, not to argue, but to point to it, is that it has all the money that goes not to charities and not to the operators, but to the state, going after expenses to the Education Trust Fund, in effect. That's how it works. And why do that? So it actually takes out a allocation that would be, it's relatively small in relationship to other efforts in this regard, would go to Group 2. And why take that out? It's because of the constitutional provision that says that that requires, mandates that state lottery funds, net of lottery expenses, must go to the support of the state's public schools. I think the word district schools is used in the amendment, in the constitutional provision. So that relatively small change in the amendment seeks to remain true to that constitutional requirement. I believe the tradition has been to do that, and that money that is for the state and not for the charities and not for expenses, and expenses include problem gambling outlays, has been directed to the Education Trust Fund. And that question of allocation, I'm sure, will be discussed more as this winds its way through the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Opal.
I beg the committee's indulgence as a first termer. I think I have a legitimate parliamentary inquiry. I'm trying to understand or refresh my memory on the rules regarding a committee choosing to retain a bill. My understanding is that does not go to the floor. Does it commit us not to take action on this bill until next year? Or is there an opportunity at some point in this legislative session to bring it back as if it were a tabling motion? I'm just trying to understand that.
No, we wouldn't bring it back as if it was a tabling motion. In the fall, we would reconvene and discuss it and decide whether we want to move it forward to the full House. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
So it would be next year that it would be voted on. Representative Elmy.
Yes, we have been having a bit of a discussion about this, and there is what I am understanding is that both of sides of us should go to the Finance Committee and talk to them about a problem gaming plan, which is the largest thing in this amendment, and also be talking to them about the other two parts of it, the inability under the Constitution of taking something called a video lottery terminal and sending money from it to Division II retirement or anything else other than then some version of helping education. That's the original law part of the Constitution was written before we had a lottery commission, I believe. And therefore, it's termed in, not in terms of a lottery commission, it's termed in terms of spending on public education.
Thank you.
The other thing I just wanted to add was the last piece of it is supporting the governor's 45% to the state. We had Senator Langen here. I think we're allowed to use names in here.
I think so in here.
And he suggested that if we gave them a lot less, 32.5%, gave us a lot less, that the developers would spend a lot more on expanding their casinos into some kind of palaces. And I don't see any way that they would be willing to do that because they are looking at the clientele, how many people they're likely to be able to get in, and wouldn't want to be wasting their profit on further expansions until further expansions seem useful.
Well, yeah, that's a business decision. Representative Bullery.
Yes, thank you. And I think the discussion thus far has indicated everything that we need to know that for retaining this bill, because there's just a lot of different moving operations, and we still need to see what comes out of the budget. Sure, we could put this on the floor with amendments, without amendments, whatever. It's immaterial at this point because we know that it's going to be included in HB2. So this gives us a chance to add to the problem gaming as a separate standalone in January. This gives us a chance to look at the percentages separately and to see how that's going to operate and how it's all going to shake out. So it allows the House to have a position that otherwise we would may lose in the process of discussing this on the floor. So therefore, I would like to move to the vote, Mr. Chair.
Representative Almy, did you have one more point?
Yes, I would agree with retain, but we will be going to the Democrats in finance and presenting this case to them. And I hope that you would present the parts that you think are useful to the Republicans so that we could avoid having to do something like try to change the percentage at the last, after you've already told the developers they're going to get 67.5% of the money. Trying to tell them, no, we're not going to do that is kind of difficult.
Representative Ullery.
Well, I vehemently, well, not vehemently, but mostly agree with what Representative Almy has indicated. She's made some good points, but at the same time, we still have the crass political situations to deal with.
Yes, but you can influence your side too.
Well, yeah.
Anybody else? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill 728FN, an act authorizing video lottery terminals at charitable gaming facilities and repealing historic horse racing licensing. The motion on the floor is retained. Representative Ullery.
Aye.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Orrs.
Yes.
Representative Stevensmith.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Breyer.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Ames.
Yeah.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith.
Yes.
Representative Opal.
Aye.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janagian.
Yes.
I count 20-0.
All right, the vote being 20-0, the bill will be retained in committee.
Mr. Chair, I thought you said we'd plan on being here until 5 o'clock tonight.
I'm going to close the executive session on HB 728. Yeah.
Do you have a sense of next week?
Next week will be Tuesday. Well, next week will be probably, let me see, Tuesday. I will actually not be here, but Representative Ullery will run the meeting, and it's Tuesday better for you than Monday?
Shock.
Yeah, so we will schedule a meeting on Tuesday, the 25th, and we have two new bills into Ways and Means, so probably do a public hearing on those two. It's HB 3, I think you had them on your desk, 302, and I think it was 696. So we'll have public hearings on those. We may exec one or two.
Thank you.
So that's the plan for next week. Representative Almy. No, just the 25th, Tuesday, 25th.
In addition to hearing the two bills, thank you. In addition to hearing the two bills next Monday or next Tuesday, the two new bills, we're going to exec those two bills or exec what is already before us?
I'm not sure yet, probably what is already before us.
Okay.
But I'll have to look at those two as well.
Do we have
Repres-
an alternative to exec later than that?
I don't, these have to be out of,
That was maybe the last time.
this was the last, the 20th was the last day for 728. That's why we had to exec that today. The other bills, Representative Smith, do you know if it's the 27th? We'd have to look at a calendar. It's either next, well, we'll get back to you on that. It's either the 27th or we've got a calendar here. Last day to report. Oh, so April 3rd is the last day to report all remaining bills. Oh, but wait a minute. 27th, last day to act on House bills. Oh, not in a second committee. Oh, but that's the House. Yeah. So we have
time.
So we have till April 3rd to get them all, get the others out.
So you'll decide which ones you're doing next time.
Yeah.
And then get back to the rest of us.
Yes. Yeah. The important thing is we will have a meeting on Tuesday, and for now, plan on a full day. I don't know yet. Depends on what we schedule, but Tuesday is the only day we would have a committee meeting next week. And then probably the following, I think it's the following Monday. So we'll have a meeting Tuesday, the 25th, and then Monday. What was that? What was the date that had to be out?
Monday is March 31st.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
So, Mr. Chair,
I'm in the wrong, yes.
March 19th is your deadline to report all bills.
Yeah, so we're,
Because it says last day to report all House bills not in a second committee except budget bills is March 20th, but Thursday is the calendar deadline, so you'd want to do them before
Right.
Thursday.
so those we're actually done with. So it's the second committee bills now that
I'm sorry, what?
yeah, I'm concerned about the second committee bills, because actually with today's vote, we finished our first committee bills.
Yeah, I think second committee bills are supposed to already be out of here this week, right?
No, second, we just got them.
I'm sorry?
We just got some second committee bills. The first committee bills have to be out by the 19th, which is what we're done with that. My question was centered around these new bills that have come into the committee. Those have to be out, it looks like by April 3rd.
Yeah, the record, the record says March 20th is the last day to report all House bills not in a second committee,
Yep.
So we've
except
done,
budget bills.
so we did that, we finished that today.
Right.
And then April 3rd, we have to get the ones out that were second committee bills.
Yes.
And so, given that, I skipped a week. So next week, we'll meet on Tuesday, the 25th. And then the following week, we'll meet on Tuesday, the 1st. Tuesday, the 1st. Right.
Democrats are supposed to arrive on Monday the 1st.
Though there was one more thing I wanted to do quickly. And I talked to Representative Almy earlier about this. On our revenue estimates, we had 172.9 million from lottery. Actually, lottery's gone now, but there was new information from Director McIntyre that, I don't know if I have, you didn't print that out, did you? No. Okay, there's new information from Director McIntyre that the run rate is running higher than 172.9 million, which we put in House Resolution 7, to the tune of more like 185 million was his conservative low estimate. It's actually running closer to 190 million. So what I wanted to do is kind of take a straw poll here and just see, given and Representative Almy has seen the email from Director McIntyre as well, that I would just want to get a sense whether the committee is comfortable with me going to the Finance Committee and saying, instead of 172.9 million, you can use 185 million. That was a very conservative estimate from Director McIntyre. Yes, Representative Almy.
But the important thing for me is that I believe that when he says 190 million or 185 million, he means to the state.
Yes.
Then you have to take a 35% out of it for the charities.
Well, no, so the point is the 172.9 million that's in HR 7.
Mm-hmm.
What we're saying is instead of that number being 179, because that's what we gave, it's now 185. So
Yeah.
all that other stuff remains the same, whether we're talking about 172.9 or 185.
Yeah.
The point is the top line number is now, it's actually closer to 190, but to be super conservative, we're saying 185.
Yeah, that's
So-
what he recommended.
Yeah.
But too many people are looking at that and thinking that that's what we've got to play with, and we don't.
Well, we're talking to the finance committee. They understand how that works. So what I just want to get a sense of is whether, given that information, folks here are good with, instead of 172.9, we tell them it's 185.
Mr. Chair, you are saying the 172.9 would be for fiscal year 2026
26
and 27?
Yeah, not for this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So given that information from yes, Representative Ulrich.
At the same time, the number that the commission, whatever his title is, Charlie's title, whatever.
ED.
Yeah. No,
ED.
I would never.
Edu-
I would never
Executive
call
Director.
a man head.
Executive
Your
director.
point.
The point being that if we keep it at the number we are right now, then there will be some pleasant surprises with excesses. And the time frame from the numbers that he's given is a very, very short one. So that might just be a surge. I'm a little concerned that it may just be a blip as opposed to a steady increase, although he is indicating a steady increase over time. So
He's seeing a steady increase. I guess the one part I don't know, and I don't know if you know this, Representative Smith, if we are changing the 172.9, the lottery transfer on our HR 7 from 172.9 to 185 million, do I need to formally bring that before the House first before finance can use that amount? Or should I take this offline?
Do you want to tell them right now or later?
Yeah, yeah.
we only have a few bills coming up on Thursday and next week. So.
Yeah.
It's really quick to get up there and say there's this one change. But
But I mean,
But
I'm
we
wondering about
told the finance committee how much money they had for lottery before it went on the floor.
Right.
So,
Okay, well, I
Point of
guess for right now, I just want to see where people are and then I can decide what to do from there. So, or show of hands, who is okay if I decide to go to finance and tell them it's 185? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's a majority that,
I'd like a point of order.
yeah.
It's just making clear what the timing has to be. But also, I would prefer he come and confirm it with us before we vote. Because I know you got an email, but that's already getting old.
Well, it was 2 days ago.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. All right. But then, so the timing, I'm just thinking, how those pieces are going to fit together.
Well, here's what prompted this. He told the governor that it's 185. So he came to our committee and
Okay.
testified that it was 172.9.
That makes
He
me
went to
feel
the
better.
governor's people and said it's 185 because he was seeing the number changing.
And it may be different when it goes to the other body.
Well, our 172.9 is much older.
Yes,
There's been more,
I agree.
and the main component is the HHR component.
Right.
The HHR component has gone from roughly 20 million. What prompted this whole thing was someone in finance asked me how much of the 172.9 million is HHR revenue. So I checked with Charlie. He said 20 million. However, he said that's what I told you then, but now we're projecting it's more like 35 million.
Okay.
And that's
So it's really
or
timing, and
36.
we're just catching up with what you're saying, really.
Yeah.
We're catching up with
So we're
his
catching
newest numbers.
Catching up with the newest numbers. So
Fine with me to tell.
So the governor's people already think it's 185 million, and
Yeah. Kind of a moot point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just technical.
But I just wanted to bring everyone
Yeah.
up to date and just get your sense. So, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Representative Elberger.
I would support what Representative Willery mentioned earlier, that I would rather wait until we get another at least several weeks or maybe month to find out if this is an anomaly or if it looks like it's being sustained. I just get very nervous about saying, oh, we have one number, and we should assume that that number is an accurate reflection.
Well, Representative Almy.
Yeah, if we wait a month, the budget will have passed. And it will have passed cutting more things. And it will go to the Senate, and the Senate will say, whoops, we've got more money. They
Yeah,
always
I
do.
agree. Yeah.
Representative Olm.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to make an observation. Having lived near the source of the proposed revenue and gone by there at midnight on Friday, the place was packed. And I think the increase in HSR revenue is likely to be durable based on my personal observations going there several times a week, not into the place, but
Oh, I
going
was
to the
gonna say.
shopping mall, looking at the parking lot.
Yeah.
There's people in the lot that were never there before, and they have to be at the casino, so I think the number is durable.
Well, and again, he presented this to the governor. So it's not like this is just suddenly, hey, by the way, it's looking good. He actually presented this. Our presentation was earlier, and that's why the numbers have adjusted. So, okay. Thank you, everyone. So Tuesday and Tuesday, next Tuesday and the following Tuesday for meetings. Thank you.
Thursday for the big ones.
Yeah.